I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Everyone, thank you so much for attending. We appreciate it. I'd like to start out the meeting by recognizing a special guest with us, Jeremiah Ryman. He's the Executive Director of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. Basically, if you'd stand, please, just so they can see you. Thank you. He keeps us up to date on legal activity, statutes going on in the state. He supplies us with a vast amount of knowledge if we take the time and read the multitude of emails he sends us. But it's really informative, and it's great to have him here, and had a wonderful dinner with him last night, so thank you for attending. Okay. Has everyone had a chance to review today's agenda? And if so, I'll take a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I have one question.
Please. Thank you. Commissioner Bradley would like to insert on item Allen Houston Planning and Zoning, an executive session due to personnel information being shared at that time. Take a motion to accept that.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second. No second.
Motion by Commissioner Stevens, second by Commissioner Vickery. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? With the amendment added executive session, we'll go back and approve the proposed agenda. Is there a motion on that, please?
For the agenda with amendment.
Great. Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Agenda passed. I presume all have read the prior meeting minutes. If there are no questions or items that need to be changed, Chair, I'll take a motion to accept that.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the minutes from July 11th, July 13th, July 17th, and July 24th.
I'll second.
Excellent. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Next, we'll move on to accounts payable. In accounts payable, we have an amount on the payable side of $1,800,678.41. In addition to that, we will have added vouchers because we're at the end of the fiscal year. In order to book expenses back to the appropriate year, we are adding to the budget that are the payables that have been presented an additional amount of $6,244.98, which makes the total vouchers $824,933.39. That's to make last year's business last year, and we start with a fresh, clean balance sheet at the beginning. In addition to that, we have total payroll liabilities in the amount of $728,986.46 for a total of payroll liabilities and vouchers of $1,553,909.85.
I'll make a motion to approve payrolls and vouchers as presented in the amount of $1,553,909.85.
I'll second.
Have a motion and second on $1,553,909.85. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Thank you. Up next, Billy Pape.
It's got my activity we're up to. Just kind of trying to get stuff bladed. Cattle guards, culverts. It's kind of just the usual this time of year. We are doing down there on the New Fork, the bridge we're replacing. They're down doing core drillings. They started Saturday, should finish today. We did samples in our pit where they'll take some material. That's all on track. So that's going good. Is there any questions?
An individual was asking me pertaining to Willow Lake Soda Road. Is there quite a bit going on there? They thought that
We had a couple of pipes right there on the Fremont ditch, right there by the game fence, cave in. So we had to replace them. So that was, I had to get the water shut off and get that replaced. And then we're just graveling some bad spots.
so we picked up some additional work on that.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you for that.
Other than that, I do, let me go there.
I just got a quick update on the South Piney Bridge. I sent everything up to the aluminum box culvert manufacturer to make sure my plans were going to work. So my plan was to, after the road shoulder, just taper the fill to the end of the pipe. But their engineers got a little nervous about that. They were worried that if somebody got a wheel off onto that shoulder, that pipe could collapse because it's based on hoop strength and that minimum cover. So they strongly recommended that I put a head wall on it to just keep that minimum 1.5 foot cover over the top of it. So I looked at doing that, and of course it ends up that head wall's keyed into the ground 2 feet, so I had to extend it past the gas line another 9 feet. So it's just adding to the project cost, but it should be, another 10, 15,000, not a backbreaker, but it's just one of those things I can't get away from.
Okay.
So working on getting that revision done and then out to bid to open the bids the very end of this month.
Great. With a start date of?
Be as soon as we could, hopefully starting this fall, but carrying it through into the spring, and we'll put heavy language in there so that the dish can run by mid-April if they can't get it all done by this fall.
Great. Thank you for that.
And then other projects, felt tractors can't start on the East Green River Road till after the 1st of August for the sage grouse, but that's on their list. They're thinking about that. Same with the industrial site. They're getting ready to attack that one here coming up.
Excellent. Thank you.
And then we will do the landfill survey this week and annual report at the next meeting. So we'll see how many years we have left on the existing cell and how our waste input has been compared to other years.
Great. Questions?
Now, I was just going to see when you guys want to talk about the Class 1 applications.
Please.
I kind of weeded through them. We had like 6 that come in. Some don't have, the roads aren't public, so they still need to do some work. The one that's totally complete is the Wild West. And that's out on Ema Lane. That one's totally complete. Don't see any issues with that. The other one is Par Ave. It goes down, cuts across, ties into our road, Granite. It all has public access. It's a dirt road. Doesn't need tons of work. Needs a little work by Wilson's there. But that one, I don't see any issues. And then Alpine Hills Drive, that is off of South. Kind of comes off our road up there by Carmichael. It comes to we turn around at the intersection right now in South Broken Hills. This goes on around, so it kind of would complete that loop. And that one has public, and it's a dirt road. And all these have been bladed, and they, keep them up. I don't see any issues with that. These other ones don't have don't have public. They still need to get people to sign off to get, so I didn't even bring those to the table.
Great. But you're corresponding with them appropriately.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. So those are the three that I have no issues with.
What's the total length of road of the three?
They're not very long. Let's see. The Alpine Hills one is 0.65, so it's less than a mile. Par Ave is right at 1 mile. And then Wild West is 1.5. They're all pretty, the thing about Wild West is it's paved, and they had R&D come in and patch all the bad spots in the it's part asphalt, part chip seal. So there were some pretty good potholes on the chip seal, but they patched all that, got all that done. But I mean that, all of these would probably eventually, because they all our stuff is chip sealed, so eventually I would probably chip seal these, and then that one will need, add to our maintenance. But I mean, it's nothing that's got to be done now.
When would you anticipate starting those and finishing?
It's kind of up to you guys whenever. I mean, none of them, these two, they got to be bladed, and then I just kind of added in my snow plowing and everything. I mean, it would be, additional about 15 to 18,000 a year on these two. And Wild West is, we'd add it to the chip seal, I didn't even figure that in because we could push that a year or so since they did the patching. So that one there, is figured about 9,000. Needs some signage and stuff like that till we have to chip seal it for snow removal. So none of them are real major. So
It's 27,000 between the three of them. Just take them on, you figure, annual maintenance.
yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
Billy, would you have to revise your budget, your proposed budget?
No, I kind of, because I knew we were talking about it, so I
Anticipated,
yeah,
even with the
just
5,
barely. I'd be okay.
even with the 5%, we
Yeah,
actually.
I couldn't. This year I just had, I'd have to just blade them. I mean, that down there by Wilson's, I'd like to add some gravel and stuff. I wouldn't probably be able to do that this year, but I could get through this year. I didn't add gravel and all that and the Paulin and stuff into it, but
John.
Please.
So South Cottonwood, is it coming along? You've
It's-
got a stopping place there down there?
yeah, we just, where it goes to Red Castle there, where it goes over, that's when we just got done there yesterday.
Okay.
So now we're just blading it, so.
Questions?
Well, I think if Billy's okay with those, I think we go ahead and accept them. Would be my recommendation.
Motion to accept. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Okay, I'll start working on that.
Yes, thank you.
So that's all I got for road and bridge. Landfill's going good. We're doing some kind of our usual, our yearly kind of major water testing that's going on right now. We never seem to have any issues there. Shredder's working awesome. Things have picked up. You know, winter was slower and, well, slowest I've had since 17. But it's back to normal. It's C&D's coming in like crazy. A lot of metal, which is good. But everything's going good there.
So I got a little question here. So what's gonna happen to all that mattresses nobody's taking or you're not shredding anymore? What's gonna,
Well,
they got a future somewhere?
that we'll shred them. We go through them. We're doing this recycling thing. There's a company out of Salt Lake that comes and goes through them. So I save a bunch of them. They come and they hand pick ones that aren't real dirty and stuff, and then they take them back and take them apart and so they don't go. They just refurbish them and do stuff. So
So be careful, will we buy one or now or what?
well, it's just another recycling way we're trying to keep them from going into the
Oh, I understand.
landfill.
I had no idea they were.
Yeah, they come once a month and go through the ones, and the ones that are clean enough, aren't damaged enough, they take them and refurbish them. So then, I mean, that pile that's there, you know, that'll go through the shredder in an hour. I mean, so.
Didn't you use them to line up sales at one point or?
Well, we used to, yeah, kind of, but they're so, you know, when you shredding them's awesome because what's bad is they get, you know, in the compactors, they get stuck in the pins. And so you just keep, till you totally destroy it. They're just, they flop around and they're kind of, so we used to try all sorts of stuff. So we went out to try to compact them. And then only other thing I got is golf course. Had that big tournament. It went well. Tournaments are tough because, you know, the course is closed, so you get a lot of other people that are mad, you know. It's kind of, you know, and it's 2-day tournaments are tough because you got to kind of, you know, like this one, we had a lot of signs and stuff, so we had to really watch the water so things get dry. Had 5 carts get kind of tore up a little bit, so got some repairs to do that, but other than that, I think it went pretty well. Any questions?
No, I think we're good there.
That's all I got.
Good job. Nice and easy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Up next thank you. We have board appointments for Museum Board, Library Board, Planning and Zoning Board, Big Piney-Marbleton Airport Board, and PAC Joint Powers Board.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. You
Good
have your
morning.
work cut out for you.
Well, first and foremost, everyone, thank you so much for participating and being part of our county. It's great to see a number of people that are actively working on being involved, and it's greatly appreciative. We've seen time in the past where no one's even put their application in for a position, so this is wonderful. Thank you so very much.
Mr. Chairman, first up on the agenda will be the Museum Board. There are 2 vacancies on that board that expired yesterday. They are 3-year terms, and both of those expiring term members have reapplied. They are Mark Edinger and Gary Neely. And I saw Mark here. I'm not sure if Gary, did Gary? Gary, I don't believe is here. Perhaps he's online. Those are the only 2 applicants for those 2 vacancies.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions pertaining to these 2 applicants?
Mr. Chairman, if none of them wish to speak, I would make a motion to appoint Mark Edinger and Gary Neely back to the museum board.
Have a motion by Commissioner Bradley to accept Gary Neely and Mark Edinger on the museum board.
I'll second it.
Have a second by Commissioner Stevens. All in favor, signify.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Mark, thank you so much for your continued service. That's great. And please express the same to Gary.
Good board and personnel at both museums are great to work with.
It's wonderful what you do. What you do is wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, next is the library board. Once again, you have 2 expiring terms, and both of those members have reapplied. Those will be filled for a 3-year term as well. And they are Lora, Hittle, and Deborah Morley. And I know, yeah, so you've got 1 attending. And Mr. Chairman, may I also add that all were invited, but of course, some are working and unable to attend. So please excuse those that are not able to attend during this time slot.
Of course. Thank you. Okay. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to reappoint Laura Hittle and Deborah Morley to 3-year term on the library board.
Have a motion by Commissioner Bradley for Deborah Morley and Laura Hittle on the library board. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you so much. Truly appreciate you.
And Mr. Chairman, next is the Planning and Zoning Commission. There are 2 vacancies on that board, and they will be appointed for a 3-year term as well. You have 10 applicants. For the benefit of the rest of the board this morning, the chairman asked me to prepare this table for you to be able to make your considerations. He asked that questions be provided since you have a large group of people that you are weighing your options with. So feel free to proceed as you'd like. Please give me direction on exactly what you would like me to do through this process to help you.
Great. Thank you so very much. What we'd like to propose to the applicants is have each individual come forward, and we'll ask, we hope to take less than 5 minutes. If we can get it done in 30 seconds, I'm all for it, or 3 minutes, whatever the time takes between. Prefer not to exceed 5. We have several canned questions, and if the commissioners have an additional question or 2, they're welcome to ask. Of course, it's not open to public input. Once we have gone through all 10, we will put to a vote and ultimately come up with 2 people to be appointed to the position of planning and zoning. So with that being said, the first one I would like to call, we don't have this podium. We can sit here, Blake Greenbaugh. Oh, sorry, Blake, I apologize.
That's fine.
Greenbaugh. I'll go through and I'll ask 5 questions. And what do you see as the primary purpose of the Planning and Zoning Commission in the county government?
To effectively enforce the rules that are written in the resolution.
Thank you. Can you describe the main duties and responsibilities of a Planning and Zoning Commission member?
To be informed, that's the biggest one. Know the rules. put the time in and the effort. Now that we have bylaws, you need to know the bylaws and follow them. Then what was the end of that question?
What's main duties and responsibilities of a commission member?
Effectively administer the rules and regulations in the resolution.
Thank you. What is the relationship between Planning and Zoning Commission and the County Commissioners or Board of County Commissioners?
Well, I've always hoped that we worked in conjunction to come up with what was best for the community and what the community wanted. But we more serve an advisory role. And I've always felt like we were the people that took the majority of the public comment and to work through all of that so that this meeting wasn't 17 hours long.
Great, thank you. How do planning and zoning decisions impact the long-term economic development and quality of life in the community?
Greatly. A robust economy needs growth, and so it's how to effectively have growth in Sublette County and preserve the things we care about and move forward and still have ranching, still have oil and gas, still have hunting, fishing, and everybody enjoy their life here.
Great, thank you for that. Open to questions for Blake from the commission.
Blake, how long you been on that board?
12 years.
12 years. Nice work.
Yeah. So I need one more to catch up to Albert.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you. Blake, thank you so much.
Anything else?
I think we're good.
Thank you.
David Waller.
This is
Good
the hot
morning.
seat.
That is the hot seat.
Does it feel hot? You sitting in there?
A little bit warm.
What do you see as the primary purpose of Planning and Zoning Commission in county government?
The primary purpose,
Please.
I would say to think long range. Is this thing on? Do I need
Yes,
to talk into this?
affirmative.
Just
Okay.
close.
Yeah, I would say to think long range a little bit. So we don't just make offhand decisions that affect 5-10 years down the line. So thinking as far as what people can and cannot do. I'm a big believer in people should be able to do what they want on their personal property, but to some extent. So if there's a neighborhood with a bunch of kids and we have industrial trucks moving around and stuff like that, if someone makes a lumber yard right in a small neighborhood, then that's probably not a good idea. Or a bonfire, stuff like that on their property. It's like, yeah, you can do what you want, but if you're going to light a fire that gets out of control and it's the middle of summer, probably not a good idea. So there should be certain things where we're thinking long range as far as like, how is this community going to grow long term? So yeah, say the primary purpose is to just plan ahead.
Great, thank you.
Mhm.
How would you explain the importance of zoning regulations and comprehensive master plans to someone unfamiliar with local government?
Unfamiliar with local government.
Again,
So
it's
can you use it in a way that, like, someone comes to me and says,
sure.
what's the purpose of the
Yes.
planning and zoning?
Well, it's the importance of the zoning regulations and the comprehensive or master plan. So we have the two different items that we address on planning and zoning. So
Okay. I'm not super familiar with like how to explain all that.
okay, that's acceptable. Thank you. How do planning and zoning decisions impact the long-term economic development and quality of life in a community?
Well, it's how does it impact it? If people are coming to planning and zoning to get things approved or, things like that. I mean, it's everything. It regulates. I guess I'll give an example. Someone comes in and they have a plan to do something with their property, move a driveway, maybe, something like that. That person is thinking about their individual goal to get accomplished, which is fine. Whereas planning and zoning is thinking about the whole ecosystem of how that can affect their neighbors, or it can affect traffic moving through town. It could affect everything from things that they're not thinking about, because usually as an individual, we're thinking about our personal goals, right? But what if there was power and water running through a specific spot underneath their property that they weren't aware of at the time? So it's our job to look at the whole, systemically, the whole project, and say, hey, that's probably not a good idea, and then kind of team up with them on figuring out how they can accomplish their goal, but not interfere with all these other things that could be a problem down the line.
Thank you.
Mhm.
In your view, what are the most important considerations when reviewing a new development or a zoning request?
I would say safety is one. And then could you repeat the question again?
Of course I can.
Yeah.
In your view, what are the most important considerations when reviewing a new development or rezoning request?
Rezoning request. Yeah, so safety, and then thinking long range, so 5, 10, and beyond. I like to personally think that long range is thinking 100 years out. It's like, it's not going to be in the next, 5 to 10 years, especially at the rate that things are accelerating. I saw how Jackson expanded, and the way that you put down a road or zone something could affect it in 3 years at the way that things are building and expanding these days. So it's important, I say top priority, to think about the long range down from the microscopic, where are we going to put this stop sign? What are we going to do with this intersection? And then plan 100 years out. Well, what happens if a neighborhood goes here, or we put a playground, or kids are commuting to school in this direction? And so if it's, a development and there's going to be more traffic, how does that affect it? And so kind of backwards planning from a long way out.
Good job. Okay, commissioners, do you have any questions for David Waller?
What's one strong quality you'll bring to the board if elected?
Thinking long range and systemically.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
David, first, I see you served in the Marine Corps. Thank you for your service. Appreciate that. My question is there have you read our current regulations, and is there any glaring thing you would change about them or want to change about our current regulations, the way they're written?
The way they're written, not necessarily. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, off the cuff.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
So, David, this is probably the most important board that we're going to appoint today. And it will require a significant amount of time.
Mm.
And when I say that, there'll be meetings, special meetings, etc. Excuse me for my voice. Can you obligate yourself to the time that it may require? And I'm talking about a lot of time, because we're looking forward to some significant changes that's going to require a lot of time on your part to do the necessary investigative work, if you would. as we go forward. So this board is going to be taxed with coming before the commission at some point and lay out the game plan, if you would, to go forward in the next several years. And it's imperative that the people that are on this zoning board do their due diligence and and come here with a clear path of travel. That when it's before this board, we can look at it and say, yeah, you guys have done a great job, or perhaps there's a bump here or two that need to be smoothed out. And I don't think most folks understand the time commitment it's going to take to do the job properly. It's going to take a lot to do it right. And collectively, there's going to have to be a great working relationship within that board. And so it's, once again, I reiterate, the time factor is huge. And with your job, are you comfortable that you'll have time to commit to that?
I'm self-employed, so I make my own schedule.
Okay, well, fair enough then.
Any further questions?
My answer earlier.
Okay, great. David, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Franz Clark, please. Good morning.
Good morning.
Continuing with questions, and what I try to do is mix them up so you can't roll off of his and already know the answer, right?
Sure, yeah.
And hopefully you forgot the one I asked Blake earlier.
You're right, yeah.
Okay. So sorry for the quiz, but don't know how else to do it. I apologize. How do environmental considerations factor into planning and zoning decisions, and why are they important?
Well, obviously you have to look at the regulations and make sure that any new development is following any environmental concerns when they're coming for a proposal.
Great. Can you describe the main duties and responsibilities of a planning and zoning commission member?
So obviously site visits are good, reading the plats and making sure that they're following all the state statutes and local when they're coming up with their development, and then making a educated recommendation to you guys.
Great. Can you give an example of a potential conflict that might arise between property owners and the community regarding land use, and how would you approach resolving it?
Yeah. Potential problem. Well, let's say that there was covenants in a development that allowed you to break off. Say you have a 40-acre tract, and in the covenants or a 20-acre tract, and you can break off to give to a family member to build a house on that, like a child or something, and that individual breaks it off and then sells the lot instead of gifting it. And I guess they'd have to come in for a variance, or I guess I don't really know how to say that, but any kind of new parcel or something like that, I guess you just have to make sure they're following the regulations that's in the rules.
Thank you. What do you see as the primary purpose of planning and zoning commission and county government?
Obviously, making sure that all the new industry coming in is following the rules, and it's an equal playing field for one developer to the next, and making sure that we're not impacting wildlife any more than we have to, or ranching. And making educated recommendations to you guys.
Thank you for that. Commissioners, any questions?
Now, so where you're one of five, you know, and you're in there and, you know, you're at home, you read your stuff and you think you're gonna change the world. I feel it up here, you know.
Sure.
So, I mean, how good are you, you know, accepting? You know, I mean, it's a big give and take, and we got a lot of things coming forward down the pipe here, so, you know, are you good at resolving things?
Well, I'd like to think that I am anyway, but I guess I don't have an agenda. I don't want to stop growth. I want positive growth. I got 3 young kids, so I want them to grow up in a good community. And so obviously a ranching background, so I appreciate the heritage that's already here, and I want it to stay a good community, but also there has to be some growth for my kids to come back to and have opportunity here.
Thank you.
I don't have any.
Mr. Vickery?
Well, I guess I look down here at number 8 and it says, what role does public input play in the planning and zoning process? So what's your take on public input?
Well, obviously you got to talk to, if there's a development going on, I think you have to listen to the neighbors that it impacts and weigh their concerns. But I am a big proponent in private property rights, and I certainly don't want to see a subdivision come next door to us. But as long as they're following all the regulations, there's, guess get my checkbook out. I don't want to see the subdivision. So, and good growth is a good thing for the community, and if it's just reckless, I think that's bad.
Great.
Yeah, France, in our current regulations, is there anything in them that you would change immediately?
I have not read your guys' current regulations, so I wouldn't say that. I can't say that I'd change anything if I haven't read them, but if you guys select me, I will darn sure get smart on them and hopefully do all of you a good job in writing the new rules and going forward.
Thank you.
Good answer.
So one more.
Please.
So what Doug brought up a while ago, you know, about this time, you know, I mean, you got calving time, you got hay time, you got irrigating time. You got, I mean, some of these meetings turned into extended hours, you know, and unpredictable, I mean, special meetings. So you should prepare for that.
Oh, yeah. If I'm selected, I will do the time needed. I've talked to my in-laws and they support doing the board, and my wife's there, and I'm used to long hours, so that's not a problem. And my wife's more than capable to watch cows calve, and we all hay, so we'll do what needs to be done.
Thank you.
France, thank you for that. Gudrid Espenscheid? Hello. In your view, please, what are the most important considerations when reviewing a new development or a rezoning request?
Most important considerations.
Would you push that closer to her? Thank you.
I would say to see what the current rules, covenants, obligations are, how this request either coincides or negates that, and how to appropriately handle that request with the idea of responsible economic and community growth in mind.
Thank you. Can you give an example of potential conflict that might arise between property owners and the community regarding land use, and how would you approach resolving that?
I think there could be a lot of, that's kind of a loaded question. I think there could be a lot of projects against land rights.
in terms of how the neighbors on a particular project would feel, in terms of how that would go along with the ethos of what the current Planning and Zoning Commission feels. Yeah, that's probably a very important question to consider as a Planning and Zoning board member.
How do environmental considerations factor into planning and zoning decisions, and why are they important?
Well, I think that in terms of what the rules, what the planning and zoning has to enforce is their rules, how to, preserve conservation in open spaces, and also how to also move forward according to responsible economic growth and the community development are all part of the factors needing considered. And I think that we can do both. I don't think it has to be one or the other. I think that there can be emergence of ideas to move forward accordingly to satisfy all sides. I don't think it needs to be contentious.
What do you see as the primary purpose of the Planning and Zoning Commission in county government?
Well, I think simply to have responsible economic development and community growth.
Thank you for that. Does commissioners have any questions? If I may?
Sure.
You had brought up a statement pertaining to avoid conflict. How are you with confrontations then? Because obviously here in planning and zoning, could be one or two that happen in a year.
Sure. I think I'm well suited actually for that. Particularly, I've been on boards that I've had to deal, or one big board where I had to deal with a variety of different interests, different issues, and I think I was able to handle all of that appropriately. People are more like-minded than they are different when it comes down to it. And I think planning and zoning is one of these boards that could be a beautiful metamorphosis from ignorance to knowledge, basically, in understanding how everybody feels and finding appropriate measures.
Great, thank you for that.
I got one.
Please.
Chairman. Same question, Gudrid. On our current planning and zoning regulations and rules, what's one thing you would change about them or fix?
And I too am not as aware of that as I should be. So for now, I don't think I would be at liberty to say I would change anything particularly. I do know I'm not afraid to dig in and learn and put the effort into it. I would look forward to that aspect of the job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Once again, I hate to beat the horse to death, but the timing that's going to be required. Do you feel like you could commit yourself to the time that it's going to be required to attend all these meetings and make a good decision based on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I know that going into it, and I'm willing to put whatever, I'm not afraid of whatever is required at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Gary Garlick is not here. Do you happen to be online, Gary?
Called me last night, said he wasn't able to get online. If there was some question, I could certainly get him on speakerphone.
Okay. In regards to Gary, since he cannot get online, would you like to put him on speakerphone for a couple questions and answers, or how would you like to address this as a board, please?
I think we should.
Okay.
Morning.
How are you, Gary?
Pretty good. Yourself?
Good.
Let's go.
We've got you on speakerphone here for a few questions for the planning and zoning position.
Okay.
What do you see as the primary purpose of planning and zoning commission in your county government?
I look at it as in an advisory capacity for land use, zoning, maybe suggestions on the budget process in those areas, service delivery, things that help facilitate better environment for the county.
Okay. How would you explain the importance of zoning regulations and comprehensive or master plans to someone unfamiliar with local government?
I would start with what they do know and go from there, having them explain to me their understanding and where they're at with it, and going from there, and if need be, to asking for consultants in different areas that can possibly enlighten both of us on it. I think that's probably one of the biggest, most important areas in the planning and zoning is it's a little ambiguous at times, the scope of planning and zoning and just what it entails and what it doesn't. And to be able to reach out to the various resources around the community and government to help with that is a great asset. And hopefully I could do that with whoever I'm working with that might have questions, particularly amongst group members within planning and zoning board.
Okay. Can you give an example of a potential conflict that might arise between property owners and the community regarding land use and how you would approach resolving it?
Commercial use in a residential area. Looking at the way, Piney, for example, some areas that have been looked at for construction and development commercially. I think have to look at the business owners and the people that are wanting to develop the area, along with the residents in the surrounding area, and look at some kind of mutual agreements on what would satisfy both parties and the community. I think the biggest thing about government and planning and zoning and any entity in government is compromising. A lot of times people, we don't get our ways, and we have to respect, hoping that we get what we'd like to see best for the community, and at the same time respecting what other people want, and maybe looking at what can be most satisfying to everybody. I would say Mac, and to the members there, the one thing that probably the thing that stands out most, one of the things that stands out most in those situations is going to be safety. If I don't care what it is, safety is first. That to me is very significant.
Okay, thanks, Gary. I'm going to pass this around. There may be a couple more questions from other commissioners.
Thanks, Mac.
Mr. Chairman, I got a question. Gary, Dave Stevens. Hey, what are your desires and strong points if you were to be selected?
Thanks, Dave. My desires are to see Sublette County, development's inevitable. Mine is to see the growth and development in a way that satisfies the majority of the public. That to me is a biggie. Being able to agree upon with many about what needs to be done. I feel with my background, within agriculture, I worked for the Forest Service for a while, and in mental health, where I worked with people communicating. I would say those two areas in themselves, working in agriculture and being able to communicate with people, are probably two of the things that I would have to say support my claim for this application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you just ask Gary, this is Sam White. Hey, Gary, what would you change in our current regulations?
I can't say it's regulations, but I think that it needs to be outlined a little clearer on what the process and the definity is between what planning and zoning can do and county commissioners and working together better. I don't know the detail of many of the regulations, and I don't like admitting that, but I'm not going to hide it either. At this point, at least, I can certainly educate myself as time goes on. I know that there's seems to be a lot of ambiguity between county commissioners and planning and zoning, and the need for some work in a more cohesive way between the two entities.
No, fair enough. Thank you.
Any further questions by the board?
Well, Gary, I've got one more question. We've hit everybody up about this. Do you have the time necessary to devote to this board, knowing it's going to be hours upon hours a month for a while, possibly?
Mac, I applied for it. It's a job. I have a very good work history on my work. It's a job, and I'll be there.
Okay, appreciate that.
Thanks, Mac. Thank you, people.
I guess there's no other questions, Gary, so thank you.
Thanks, Mac.
Thank you. Next, Micki Sluyter. Morning. In your view, please, what are the most important considerations when reviewing a new development or a rezoning request?
The input from the community and the neighborhood, and then just making sure that it fits with what's around the neighborhood. If it's industrial, if it's residential, keeping it similar so that we're not putting stuff where it doesn't belong.
Great. Would you push that mic closer to her, please? How do planning and zoning decisions impact the long-term economic development and quality of life in a community?
And greatly, they affect everything, right? I mean, it's one of my biggest goals is that we don't want to turn into a mini Jackson Hole. And how do we do that? If it's housing or just creating more opportunities. But I think that has to start. You have to have a good plan for it long term.
How do environmental considerations factor into planning and zoning decisions, and why are they important?
Lots of different ways, right? Maybe, we don't want to put residential right next to industrial or something that might be dangerous. Safety, which was mentioned by a couple other candidates. But I think always considering the safety of the neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you. How would you explain the importance of zoning regulations and comprehensive master plans to someone unfamiliar with local government?
I would say it's kind of a layout in a plan or like a guideline of what you can and cannot do with your land, what's allowed with each parcel, and what, yeah, I guess that's it, like what's allowed
Good job.
with some sort of guidelines.
Can you describe the main duties and responsibilities of a planning and zoning commission member?
Listening to the community and the constituents in the town, you know, people that are concerned, talking to the community and making sure that you're getting everybody's like recommendation or opinion, you know, and listening to those and then proceeding.
Good job. Thank you for that. Open the board for questions.
I got a little question. Not a big deal, but so, because it kind of bothers me. So somebody comes in, you know, it could be local, somebody where else, and buys a piece of property, agriculture, and immediately wants to turn it into residential or something like that. Is it just me it affects, or does it affect other people? How do you feel?
Oh, I think it affects the neighborhood, right? And everybody, right? If you do it to one guy, if you say yes to one person, you can't, you know, are you going to say yes to all of them? So, I mean, I think you have to, I don't know if you can look at it case by case, but you have to be careful about what you say yes to, or else you'll end up saying yes all the time. It's not fair to say yes to one and no to another, right?
We're just on the tip of the iceberg, that's going to get us.
Yes, and there's going to be a lot of that, right? Which is why I think the guidelines are important, the rules and regulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions?
I have one. Micki, it's not on this list, but short-term rentals going to be a huge, huge issue. They are already. So can you give us a little, your thoughts on those?
Well, so I feel like the town did a nice job protecting the rights inside the town limits with short-term rentals, you know, limiting it to just the commercial within a couple blocks. I guess I like how it is right now with the community, with outside of city limits, that you're able to use them. I don't know that I would propose more inside town limits. I feel like that was well covered. Does that answer your question?
That did, thank you.
Micki, what would you change about the current regs?
I've not done enough homework to know enough about them.
That's a good answer.
I guess I've got one question. There are some gray areas in the current regulations. Do you think gray area is a bonus, where do you have leniency to move, or would you rather see regulations tightened down where everything's black and white?
I would go with the leniency option. Definitely more of a proponent for private property rights. So.
Okay. Any further questions? Micki, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Patricia Burroughs, please. How do planning and zoning decisions impact the long-term economic development and quality of life in a community?
The long-term effect of planning and zoning on life in a community is directly impactful through what is allowed in the development and the commercialization of the neighborhoods and of people's property rights, as far as in the neighbor in a particular zoning district. I believe the people have for instance, if we have agricultural zoning, then we have to look at what that actually means and what the land is being used for. What a residential zoning, and then those things will impact how the regulations are written and followed.
Thank you. How would you explain the importance of zoning regulations and comprehensive master plans to someone unfamiliar with local government?
Okay, first of all, anyone who's unfamiliar with local government and is interested in that needs to have a copy of the rules and regulations provided, or the comprehensive plan and the rules and regulation provided to them. And then they need to know that the comprehensive plan is a vision that the county has historically has put together on how they want to proceed with development and land use and property rights. And the zoning regulations are meant to be to back up that county plan so that the regulations are written to put the plan together or so to follow the vision.
What do you see as the primary purpose of the Planning and Zoning Commission in county government?
The primary purpose is to be an advisory board to do a lot of the so-called legwork for the commissioners in an advisory capacity to go through the regulations and make sure that an applicant has fulfilled all of the regulations or followed the regulations during the application process of a particular planned development or zoning boundary change.
In your view, what are the most important considerations when reviewing a new development or rezoning plan?
The first consideration is, does it follow the rules and regulations, albeit the comprehensive plan? The second thing is the consideration of the people around it, the property owners. Is it put in, for instance, a commercial development in the middle of a particular residential area, or is it, in other words, does it follow both the rules and regulations and the master plan?
Thank you for that. Open the commission for questions.
I've got one. You've got a little more experience in this, and you keep bringing up the comprehensive plan. Today's comprehensive plan that we operate under, what are two changes you'd have in it if you were rewriting it?
If I was rewriting it, I think I would like to see the comprehensive plan more almost. I don't want to divide it, but I think there's districts. I think there's areas, there's important needs for South County, for instance, Marbleton, or not Marbleton, Big Piney, but that area. Things that are important to the residents and the landowners of that area that aren't necessarily important to the people in Boulder. And so I think there should be some consideration in the plan for for the different areas of the county.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Pat, what would you change with regulations?
What would?
Just a quick example.
Thanks.
You got till noon.
I've got till noon. No, I don't have till noon. The biggest thing, the most important thing, I think, is to make sure the current regulations, there are a lot of things that people have brought up, this and that need to be changed. I don't know that there's so much things that need to be changed, but the definitions need to be perfect in order to be so that there's no litigation available, or it's not brought about for the county. So I think that the definitions really need to be considered heavily. And then there's already been lots and lots of, for years, the talk of public input and all that kind of thing. I think more than anything, we need to remember that we don't need to divide our county into areas like has happened over the years with South County and Pinedale, and now is happening with Bondurant. The people who asked for regulations updates are the people that are now pushing to not have any rules changes.
Oh, fair enough. Pat, how long was you on this board? 3 years?
I was on for 3 years. I was just not reappointed because the only reason I know of is that Mr. Bradley didn't want 2 people from Bondurant.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your answers.
Thank you very much for all you do.
Thank you. Sandy Wanfalt. Morning, Sandy.
Morning.
Can you give an example of potential conflict that might arise between property owners and the community regarding land use, and how would you approach resolving it?
Just listening today, I can give I was on the town planning and zoning for 6 years or somewhere in there. And just for an example, one of the major, more recent conflicts that went through the board while I was on it was the RV park. And property owners near it didn't want it there. And of course, he was zoned for that. So basically what we did as a board was to listen to the property owners and listen to his plans. And we made requests for him to make changes to his plan and basically just smooth out the rough edges. And, I don't think you'll ever make anybody 100% happy. So you just have to hopefully come to a medium that makes everyone more happy.
Correct, true words. How do environmental considerations factor into planning and zoning decisions, and why are they important?
Just important so that, just like everyone's already said, you're following, safety is important. just making sure everybody is happy with how things work out for the best for the community.
It's kind of hard coming towards the latter part because they've already taken your answers. Doggone it. Please, what are the main duties and responsibilities of a planning and zoning member?
Mostly as an advisory board to listen to the issues that are brought forward to the board, make the best decision that you can, and present it to the commissioners. As we did, we would listen and then present it to the town for them to ultimately vote on.
Great. How would you explain the importance of zoning regulations and comprehensive master plans to someone unfamiliar with local government?
Yes, I would just explain that we do have a master plan that hopefully is evolving as time evolves. And then there's the regulations that, I believe that in personal property rights, but I also have to agree that it has to work within a community as well. So I'm kind of a happy medium person to so that we're going forward on master plan and whatever our current zoning right is, but it also is allowing people to do to some extent what they want to do with their personal property as well.
Thank you. Open to questions by the board.
Answered what I wanted to hear there. Thank you.
Okay.
Sandy, what would you change in our current regulations?
I am not coming to the board with any particular agenda with what I would change and not change or vote on and vote on without hearing all the sides. Once I was in a position to have an opinion, then I would probably make that vote. But I didn't come here with any particular agendas.
Thank you.
In our conversation, you stated that you were an engineer.
I am.
Would you kind of elaborate and tell us what, if any, benefits that brings to the table?
I am an architectural engineer. I've been doing house plans for people in the area for just about 30 years. I think that I'm always looking into what I can and cannot do on property.
Sure.
For people when I'm doing house plans for them.
Thank you. Further questions?
I don't have any.
Good. Sandy, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Tammi Crosson is unable to attend. She's traveling. Does anyone have anything to say about Tammi or application? Okay. Okay. Then up next, Tom Mitchell, please. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning to you. How do planning and zoning decisions impact long-term economic development and quality of life in a community?
Yeah, so when it comes to long-term planning and affecting of life, we want to make sure we're not putting something like heavy industrial near residential neighborhoods. You don't want to hear a gravel plant all the time when you live in a residential neighborhood. And you need to be careful about city planning where you want certain forms of growth, as far as industrial, commercial, residential, where that makes sense in the county and what makes the best sense for residents as well as economic growth opportunities.
What do you see as the primary purpose of Planning and Zoning Commission in county government?
Primary purpose has been stated is an advisory role to the commissioners, help to simplify, make their lives easier, bring forward quality plans that are as well thought out as you can have. You want growth to be proceeded in a way that makes sense for the most members of the community. You want to protect industries we have while also providing opportunities for new industry, keep ranching alive how it has been without putting undue stress on them or negatively affecting how we are currently or in the future.
In your view, what are the most important considerations when reviewing a new development or a rezoning request?
So rezoning, we're going to want to look at current land usage in the area, what the request is. So for example, you could have a rezoning request from ag to subdivide into rural residential or something like that, and subdivide that, or you could have a request to turn it into industrial. You need to look at how that's going to affect it first and foremost, and then you need to look at what sort of changes that impacts for that community, for that area, and for industries that may be affected by it.
Thank you. Open commissioners for questions, Tom?
I have one. It's fairly long, so bear with me. So I've thought forever that the designation of ag property was sort of a dumping ground for everything else. In other words, you look at the list that you can do in ag and it's all over the board. And there's a term, definition if you would, that comes to mind. It's the word incidental. And so there becomes the issue of what is incidental to ag. And there's a variety of things that can be done that are incidental to the agriculture operation. And then when those incidental operations become the largest income, all of a sudden, in my mind, agriculture becomes incidental to those things. So what's your take on all of the issues that can be started out in ag land and then become incidental to that?
Yeah, so at a point when ag starts becoming the secondary almost use of the land or income, I think it needs to be looked at as more of a commercial type application versus ag, because you're seeing lower tax rates with ag than you would say a commercial property. And if your primary income on that property isn't ag, we need to look at that accordingly.
Your answer was shorter than my question.
I believe that you're an engineer, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm a licensed mechanical engineer in the state of Wyoming.
Does that have any benefit with being on planning and zoning?
I think to a point it does, as far as like utility planning and that sort of thing. I'm not going to pretend to be a civil engineer and know like traffic patterns and road engineering. But as far as like utility planning, septic, water, electric, that sort of thing, I think it can be highly beneficial.
Great, thank you. Further questions?
Tom, what would you change in our current regs?
I think one of the big things for me, and I believe it falls under planning and zoning, is like some sort of structural building code. I don't want us to have any sort of like Jackson level of building code, but there are some houses that get built that it's like that shouldn't be occupiable technically. Or even commercial buildings at times that maybe we shouldn't let public in there at the current state of the building.
Excellent.
Okay. So
Please.
what made you decide? I mean, did you run onto something, see something, or somebody encourage you?
Been encouraged by a couple people. I'm hoping to live the rest of my life here in Sublette County, so I'd like to see it grow in a reasonable fashion, but yet keep that culture of Sublette County alive that I grew up in and grew to love so much. So I'd like to do what I can to ensure that happens.
And no further questions, Tom. Thank you.
Thank you.
I had a conversation last night with an individual that going through the applications and knowing a number of people, he said, we just ought to hire 10 more people and put them on planning and zoning. And we could call this done. The depth of knowledge and the answers that were provided today were amazing. Very thoughtful, insightful, and unfortunately not a one shot yourself in the foot. So it's truly something that I'm grateful, and I thank you for coming forward and putting your hat in the ring and taking this abuse for questions. Everyone did an excellent job. Now we get to the hard part.
Request 5-minute break.
Okay. We'll take a 10-minute break if we may to go out, powder our nose, and come back in. And I prefer that I would prefer the commissioners avoid each other and not have any outside conversations, please. Again, everyone, thank you for taking the time to share with us your thoughts in this position. Commissioners, do you have a preference on moving forward at this point in time in regards to the selection process? You just want to go through and have a roll call vote? I can call one of you. You can say, well, I'm going to vote for this person, this person. I can bring up individual names and you can vote according to a name called out. What's your preference on this, please?
I think a roll call vote's fine.
Okay. Roll call.
And it's fine with me, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a statement first, if you would, please.
Please.
Since I've been on this commission, this has been going to be the toughest decision I've had to make. And I want everybody to know here that if we could expand this board, I'd be fine with that. Because everybody here has shown at least the concern as we go forward with what Sublette County is going to look like in the future. Boy, do I appreciate that. I've sat on this board and helped make decisions one way or the other for spending your money. Sometimes I thought that's not a good thing to do, but I've done it. This by far for me to date is the toughest decision I've had to make. I want everybody to know this comes from my heart because I know the folks that in here have put in their names, have a reason for doing that, and that is to secure the future of Sublette County. Yeah. And those of us who have lived here as long as I have, I've even outgrown my hair. So I've been here a while and I've seen some changes that have been made, some good, some not so good. But once again, I want to reiterate, whoever ends up with these two positions has no negative bearing on the rest of you. Believe me, I appreciate every one of you for putting your name in this thing. It just shows the compassion you have for Sublette County, and right now that's certainly what we need here. So once again, thank you very much for your participation, and I guess we're going to start with a roll call vote.
Correct.
I echo Commissioner Vickery's statements. This is a tough decision, and I hope that everybody that is involved and put their name and showed interest in this continues to put that interest into this board, especially as we are navigating changing up the regulations and rules of planning and zoning. Please keep involved saying all of that. My top two candidates, I like the history that Blake brings to the board and what he served on that board. So that's my vote. And we talked about having somebody from South County on this board forever. We finally have an opportunity to pick somebody from South County. And my second vote would be for Gudrid.
Yes, I'm really encouraged by the fact that so many applied. A lot of times we have to put it in the paper just to get enough to fill out the spaces we have. And I thank everybody for showing up, and everybody did a nice job. And in the future, I hope if you didn't make it, you don't get discouraged and you reapply, because next few years, I don't know how long it's going to take us to get all these planning zoning things done. A lot of people have been misinformed. I don't think any commissioner here has seen anything that the planning zoning is working on now. So I think they were very misinformed here recently that we were in any way trying to change what's there now, because we haven't been. Okay. But anyway, on that, I chose Gary, Garlick, and Tammi Crosson.
Mr. Vickery.
When I look down on these, I thought to myself, wow. And so I read and reread, tried to wrap myself around who would be the representative that would best serve the needs of the county, and everybody there would. So it still comes right down to picking two, and it's not a, like I've said before, it's not an easy call. So, but my vote goes for Franz Clark. And though she's not here, Tammi Crosson.
Damn, the politics are getting deep pretty quick here. I might have to change my vote, but thank you to everybody that has applied. And boy, there's a lot of ways we can go here, and I don't know that any of them are wrong. I'm going with Franz Clark and Gudrid Espenscheid.
I had the pleasure last night to sit with Jeremiah Ryman with dinner and had a conversation. And the process we're going through, according to him, and he's a knowledgeable person, is only done with approximately 50% of the counties in the state. A lot of counties don't have planning and zoning. A lot of people don't go through and try to plan what their county could look like in 10 or 20 years. And I'm almost wishing I was there. It's hard. Everyone that applied is truly qualified. I will go with Tammi Crosson and Gary Gartland. So with that being said, we have one person with 3 votes and 1, 2, 2 with 3, please.
Three with two.
3 with 2, yes, thank you.
There's 2 or 3 in there.
Yes, please, Clayton, did
You
you,
guys are gonna need to make a motion otherwise.
to do what?
You guys are gonna need to make a motion. Someone's gonna need to make a motion. Either way, of how you wanna do this. At the end of however you set this up, there's gonna have to be a motion by someone to appoint 2 people. So you could do that at this point. And someone could make a motion to appoint 2 people. That would go, you could do another round. But either way, at the end of however you deliberate on this process, there will still need to be a motion, a second, and a vote on those 2 people.
Individually or as a,
You can do them individually or you can do them separately.
okay?
So I just wanted to just touch base, just make sure that there is a motion at the end of whatever your conversation is.
Okay. Preference?
As far as,
The next round of selection?
the way I see it, Tammy's got 3, so now we just need somebody else to get 3 votes, right?
Correct. Okay, okay. Commissioner Vickery,
Well, why would I change my vote?
okay? Just asking to see if there was any adjustment on yours.
No, there is not.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bradley,
Can we apply 2 votes to 1 person? I don't see that I need to change my vote yet.
We're just picking out of the 3 with 2 votes?
Again, please, Sam. I'm
Are
sorry.
we just picking out of the 3 names that have 2 votes? So it's between Prance, Gudrid, and Gary?
We can do it either way. We can start afresh with 1 person in and vote on the balance of the 9.
Still like Gudrid.
Say again,
I still like Gudrid.
Commissioner Stevens?
I feel the same.
I feel the same way with Garlick.
Crosson.
Go ahead.
I make a motion, we appoint Tammi Crosson and Gudrid Espenscheid to the Planning and Zoning Board.
I have a motion for Gudrid and Tammy.
Second it.
Did I state that correctly?
Yes.
Thank you. I have a motion and second on Gudrid and Tammy. Any further discussion in that regard? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Great. 3-2. So how this ended up today is Tammi Crosson and Gudrid Espenscheid. Thank you so very much. We look forward to working with you. And I truly hope that that you continue to put in, and I hope to work with you also. It's extremely difficult decision. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, next you have the Joint Big Piney-Marbleton Airport Board. There is 1 vacancy on that board.
Chairman Roberts, were you going to be here for the presentation on Blue Spruce or?
I was planning.
Okay, good enough. Thank you.
Sorry, when is that?
1 o'clock.
After lunch, so thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
You're okay. On the Joint Big Piney-Marbleton Airport Board, you have 1 vacancy to fill. You have 1 applicant who is a returning applicant, and that is Keith Hughes.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we appoint Keith Hughes to the Airport Board for a 3-year term.
Second.
The motion and second for Keith Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And last, Mr. Chairman, the Pinedale Aquatic Center Joint Powers Board, we have historically had 1 board member representing the county. We are now appointing 2 board members because the town of Pinedale pulled out of that Joint Powers Board. You have 3 applicants for 3-year terms. Okay, one of them is here, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
David Pawlowski's here.
David, yes?
Mhm.
Takes a minute because they print on front and back and I can't figure out what the hell's going on.
If you clip them together, it's pretty simple.
Well, when you
Turn one over the other.
bite my tongue right now, why don't you come out to my house and do it for me?
I thought I'd mention that.
So there's David Pawlowski, Stacy Illaway, no, and the third one is Andrew Curra.
Correct.
Okay, we have those three that have applied for the PAC. I think that both Curra and Illaway are current members.
No, neither of them are current members, Mr. Chairman. Sam White has been holding an interim position for the county, and Judy Boyce was the appointee for the town of Pinedale
I
previously.
don't see your application.
I didn't fill out an application,
Okay,
but I'd be happy to serve that board.
an advisory
Powers.
advisory capacity, sure.
Either way.
Okay, so we have the three individuals, Stacy Illaway. We'll go through, does anyone need any statement about Stacy? Are we good to move forward with that, with Stacy? Okay, do we need any statements about Andrew Curra? No? David's here to speak for himself, if you'd like. Tell us a little bit about yourself and what you think you can offer the PAC.
Sure. Been a Sublette County resident with my wife for about 12 years. We live near the PAC, have 7 kids, go there all the time. It's an amazing resource. It's very common for people to want to get involved in local government when there's issues or conflict, as noted by all the people applying for planning and zoning. Meanwhile, I think the PAC is, in general, pretty well run. And so it's less common for people to want to get involved when things are going well. But it's, I think, still important for people to do so things continue running well. And there's always room for improvement. Personally, I have an engineering background. My wife and I both run a tech company. So I have some business experience there that could also be useful for the PAC.
Does anyone have any questions? Good.
Yeah, I'm good. That sounds great.
And you obviously have the time to spend or will you be going there just to watch your children?
No. Yes, actually, that was my biggest hesitancy on applying. Like, do I really want to spend the time required? But ultimately, talking with my wife and such, decided, let's go for it. And, there's definitely time required, but not as much as some of the, other board county positions.
I appreciate that. Thank you so very much.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, we'll do a roll call on it. Roll call vote. We'll start with Commissioner Vickery. We have Andrew Curra, Stacy Illaway, and David Pawlowski. You're invited to vote for 2 of them.
Once again, it should just be 2, be easier, but I think somebody that's been through the system as long as Andy has with his kids probably will know a lot about what the operational functions of it. And so one of my votes would be for Andy. And the second one's tough for me. You know what? I think, I'm gonna break ranks a little bit, and I'm gonna vote for David Pawlowski.
Okay, so I have David Pawlowski and the other again, please.
Andy Curra.
Okay, correct. Commissioner Bradley.
Well, I'll go with Andrew Curra. You know, I can put vote out there, but I'd kind of like to hear Sam. He's sat on that board, kind of knows. I'd follow Sam's lead on this second position, if that's allowed. If not, I'll give you a vote.
You're on your own.
Okay, I'll go with David also.
Commissioner Stevens.
Angie Curra and Stacy Allen.
Stacy and Andrew. Commissioner White.
So I like Andy. I do like the fact that Stacy has been on that board with a different hat on. And I'd like to see it represent the county's perspective on it. So my second vote, sorry, David, nothing against you, would be Stacy.
I will cast my vote for Stacy and David.
That didn't make it very easy.
So, you have 4, 3, and 3, correct? Okay, we're down to Stacy and David. Okay, we can, we'll just cut through it. Board will entertain a motion to accept one of the other two.
I move to appoint Stacy to the PAC board.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Now do we got to do Andy?
Nay. So I would go with David.
Now
But we have 4 to 1, so we're good.
Now do we got to do Andy though?
One more time, please.
Now do we got to make a motion for Andy?
We do a motion for both Andy and Stacy.
I only did the motion for Stacy, so.
Okay, yes, thank you. Okay,
I'll move to
yes.
appoint Andy to the PAC board representing the county.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, on the PAC board is Andrew and Stacy. Thank you so very much. Thank you, David. Up next.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Huston, please. We have a position that's coming open that we are advertising for the planning and zoning administrator. And because there's going to be some personal information shared, we're requesting an executive session, and then we'll call the meeting back to order. Motion go into executive session.
You want a question real first?
You're welcome to.
Some people out there might not know him. I just thought it'd be good.
Well, my understanding was it was called to executive session prior to. I'm willing to take any and all callings.
What procedure should we do?
Okay. So we are currently advertising for planning and zoning administrator. Dennis Fornstrom, we thank for his years of service, whose last day was yesterday. In the advertising process, we recognize that we're going to have a gap that needs to be filled, and we should not let Tess feel like she's on an island by herself. And so we reached out. Alan Huston has been part of that office in the past, and he's spoken about having an interest of becoming an interim administrator for a period of 90 days?
4 months at the most.
4 months. Okay, thank you. And that's pretty much the backdrop of what we're going to be addressing. Would people have any questions that we could address in regards to entertaining this interim position? And if there's no questions associated with that, I'd like to have a motion to go into executive session so we can finalize or discuss and then bring it back to the public and I further identify what we're doing.
Need a second on that?
I need a first.
I'll make a motion to go in executive session.
I'll take a second.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Do we need to list out the statute that is, Clayton?
It's 16.405A Romanet 4. Yeah.
4 for personnel.
Thank you. So with the addition of that statute number, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Please excuse us and step out of the room while we go through this, hopefully quickly. Bring everything fully transparent to everyone that's here. So in an interim position, we are aware that Tess is leaving the end of July. I believe that what has been discussed with you based on memory is coming in for approximately 20 hours a week. And with that 20 hours a week, you bring with us how much experience? How long did you work there before, Alan?
2 years.
Okay, so you're fully aware of the ins and outs and septic tanks and planning and zoning.
And when Mark passed away, I did some of that too until Dennis was hired.
Okay, so you'd be comfortable.
If I make septic permits, building permits, I'm sure Tess and I could wrangle additional use permits and variance applications, and present them to the planning board. You know, I would just have a little stroke at a 50-unit subdivision request or something like that.
I think that's scheduled next week. Okay. And then Andrea Jean, what is the pay scale on that position, please? Yes, please. 71,000 to 102,000 is the range. I believe that on a 20-hour a week part-time position, you said that you would accept $5,000 per week. Is that correct?
A month.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You should have said yes quickly.
Great. Does anyone on the board have any questions?
So will there be overtime figured in after 20 or additional hours, or you're just walking out the door at 20? I mean, there could be some overlap.
Yeah,
Obviously.
and then I'd go to public meetings, gratis, I guess.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, to follow up with Mac, if the clock strikes 20 and you're getting ready to say something with your pencil, you're going to drop it and run out and come back the next day, right?
Yeah,
I didn't think so either. Yeah, what's necessary, yeah. Thank you.
Any further questions?
No. I don't. I'll tell you, I'll just make a statement like this. I appreciate Alan being here to step in and fill the necessary void until we can get someone in either on a permanent basis.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the public? Okay, entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion.
I make a motion.
Yeah.
Do I get the last name, or do we need the last name?
Houston.
I make a motion, we appoint Alan Houston as interim planning and zoning administrator for 20 hours a week, $5,000 a month, maximum of 4 months.
Have a motion, second by Commissioner Stevens. All in favor?
Can I get a point of one question? So will that be a 1099 type deal, Andrew?
You could do it as like a seasonal.
Or would it be a seasonal?
So
No employee benefits on top of that, no.
So what about driving the county vehicle to a site inspection? He's covered insurance wise, being he's, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, as a seasonal, as a subcontractor, you couldn't be. Okay.
And then Alan, when we do find somebody to take in this position, if it's not the full-time limit, you're happy to step aside at that time or whatever need.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks for doing this, Alan.
Good. Motion, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. You can start at 1 o'clock.
If you might indulge me, Chairman, I know Tess is leaving at the end of July, so we need to act with some haste to have someone lined up to replace her, and maybe in a week before she leaves to get some.
That would be ideal, yes. If you would share your concerns and work with Andrea and Jean in that regard, that would be appreciated.
Okay. So we're gonna go down the road to filling Tessa's position before we get the other administrator in to help.
Well, and what comes first, the chicken or the egg?
Right.
We need to have.
We discussed it once before, and I thought we went the other road, but I'm fine this way.
Well, it's going to take, based on how many applications do you have for P&Z administrator? 4. So we could fill that within, what is the closing date of the?
It was 30 if you had to extend it. Get it posted onto the more national and state level.
Okay. So
We don't have it.
are you in a position to close the advertising on that? What is the procedure on changeover of a department head and midterm? Do we go through and vet the applications and say, no, let's continue, or how?
No, we have one. And one came in asking for one. Potentially 5.
And this is for the department head. I'd rather vet them before we close it. I mean, if we go through, this is gonna be a special person in my mind.
Absolutely.
And if we go through and don't find what we want, we keep it open.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think getting too quick might be too quick. There could be the individual, he or she out there that says, wow, But on the other hand, we may have to wait a while to get that person to say wow about it.
And perhaps if there's one of them that is in question, we offer them Tessa's job. See if they grow from there. Yeah, man, maybe they wouldn't take Tessa's job, but it could be offered.
That would be after your time period is over, Tess. He's not going to replace you next week.
Yeah, right. No.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you so much. So yes, that would be the ideal way to do it. I didn't know we had any applications.
I thought we had one.
I had no clue. Next up, Andre Irey.
Morning, Andrew.
I didn't have my glasses on. Sorry, you look like an Andrew today.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I make it quick. Rendezvous Point makeup air. I told you guys before that we were having some problems with it. We had to get a new motor for it. We got that. We got it installed. It's working perfectly now. We also serviced and cleaned it out really good. Also cleaned and serviced the swamp cooler. Got it running for the building, and both air conditioners in the kitchen are done, cleaned and serviced. One of them we're having some issues with, and it may need to be replaced. So we're looking into that, getting quotes. This will say Marbleton Senior Center. I accidentally put Marbleton SO, but Marbleton Senior Center, we also serviced that swamp cooler and got it running, cleaned as well. Marbleton Sheriff's Office, we did finished some exterior paint on the building around the doors and windowsills that were looking pretty rough. Got those cleaned up. Replaced some of the ceiling tiles on the inside that were stained from some old leaks that the building had. Got that done. Met with Josh Adams for the senior center concrete down there. And there were some questions and concerns about the sloping and, like regulations for that stuff. So I also had a meeting with the state inspector to come look at it. He said it's fine. And so I'm just waiting on a quote from Josh so we can get that started.
I got one question on that. I was in the senior center the other night for something, and Carrie mentioned that there was another guy. I can't even remember the name now, but somebody else was going to get a quote.
She called someone, and I told her to get the quote or give me the quote.
Okay.
Afterwards. I haven't heard anything back yet, though.
Oh, okay.
Bondurant Fire Department, the septic tanks, we had to do some modifying on the tanks in there. We weren't aware that there was there was a barrier inside there. So whenever they were sucking the tank out, they were only sucking out half the tank. The person that installed them didn't put a riser on the other side of the tank, so we weren't able to access it. So we dug them up, added the risers. That job just got finished yesterday. So now when they clean the tanks out, they can do both sides. So now they can utilize the entire tank. So we'll have more of them. They won't have to suck them out as often now.
It's still only storage. There's no field there.
There's no field there. Matter of fact, when we were digging those tanks up, we were just exposing the top, and I mean we weren't down more than that much, and that dirt was getting real wet. Matter of fact, I was like, stop digging because we were going to fill it with water shortly. So fortunately, we did not do that.
And how far is it to the river from right there?
Well, it's that drainage right behind the building.
Right, but if a guy were going to put a lifted field in there, how close to water are you there?
I don't know. That would all have to be engineered and.
Well, that water on the west side could
Terribly expensive.
Could probably come across there too under the highway.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
You know,
the water's right there. So, and we're also going to be, going to put that French drain in front of the buildings. So I'm trying to get Dan and Mike Jackson together just to make sure that what we're going to do is going to work. Because my concern is the water's so high that it may not work. So. All right, so that's done. Got a bunch of stuff done that was on our list for IT stuff. Daniel Fire took care of some issues that we had over there. Marbleton Senior Center, we got their boilers and their system down there. We can see it now here. We did some IT things and got it to where we can see it from our office. What the, if there's any issues or whatever and alarms, we can get on the computer. Some ice rink communication upgrades were completed. And I think we only have one more thing on our list for that stuff. And that's it.
Were you able to come up with a second quote for the air conditioner?
Not yet. We have made calls and nobody's getting back to us. So we're having some troubles with that. I went and talked to Casey over at Flowrite, and he's supposed to get a hold of Blake and meet with him, but he hasn't got back yet. Those guys, they're so busy and then it's hard to get people.
So is it something that we need to move forward on it? Are we okay to continue to?
No, I'm still going to get the second quote. I'll get one.
Okay.
I'll get one.
Well, I see that it takes 4 to 6 weeks to get that unit in. Will we be regretting that decision?
No, because I wouldn't move forward until you guys officially approve the budget anyway. That's pretty standard.
Sure.
Just, you guys might make a wild decision at the last minute. I don't know, and so I wait till I see it. And
Great.
Then I move.
Thank you. Any questions?
I don't.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. You guys have a good day.
You also. Website committee, that would be
Clayton's joining us. Okay. I am on this.
Volunteered. I made a meeting yesterday.
I didn't make a meeting yesterday. They didn't. They recorded.
So where are we?
Well, me and Clayton met early on. They joined the committee, talked to the website vendor. We are due for a free, what they call redesign or upgrade, which basically changes the look and feel of the website, the imagery, the icons, things like that. The actual contents of the website is maintained by us, so we would have to update that as we have been. One of the concerns that came up was finding how to find data in the website, not usability, people struggling to find things. So the vendor suggested what they call chatbot. And I have a quote here for that. And that would be like an AI assistant that would pop up on the bottom. And if you're saying, I can't find this form, I can't find the commissioner's agenda, etc., it would point them in the right direction. And we can train that for specific responses, things like that. It was part of the demo we did yesterday. And that quote was $3,213 a year. If we were to move forward with adding that module to the website currently.
And I'll add a little more to that.
Yeah, go.
First of all, the Jeness says this comes out of the general fund, so if we go with the chatbot, we would have to adjust our general budget just a hair. But I'm talking foreign to you for a minute here about the chatbot. But
well, I understand dollars and cents.
I think would be a huge advantage. It may not be standard today on every website, but it's going to be in short order. And the neat thing I found interesting about it tracks it. If somebody comes in and asks a question and it can't answer it, it's flagged, and then it'll come to the department heads. You can look at your history anytime. And it'll say, well, here's what everybody's looking for. Here's what they can't find. So we can update this website anytime there's a question. In short order, we should have a very user-friendly website, which I think would improve the communication throughout the county. Anybody that wants to use it would be able to do it and come out with what they're after.
Thank you. Is there going to be an announcement tab or section and a calendar tab or section?
We have a lot of that already in there.
Yeah, I can't find that stuff, by the way.
Cleaner. Part of the redesign, we would have to start, the committee could do a kickoff date with them to do that free process to redesign the website, make it a little more user-friendly, but adjust the content. And we haven't done that yet, but that would be the next step, and that's a free part. If we added this, it would point everybody appropriately. If you're saying, I can't find the calendar, I can't find this. And like Commissioner Bradley said, we can train it for certain responses.
Okay, making progress then. Good job.
Yeah, the calendar and announcements are actually right on the homepage right now. You just scroll down.
They're at the bottom.
Okay.
And the chat bot would be right there, and it pops up just like
it's just in the bottom right corner. Like a lot of websites you've probably been to have something similar.
Pops up. Yeah.
I need a chat or I need help, and it says, "Are you looking for this?" And it'll point you clickable buttons, things like that. Uses a little bit of AI to read our website and know what's in it and say, "Oh, you're looking for this," and it points it appropriately. So we kind of felt like that would be the next step to help clean up some of that, where people aren't finding things appropriately for the cost.
We already have a search function that this would, as I understand it, when we talked about it initially, like we already have a search function, but that just produces everything that has that information. This would help cull out the stuff that is not necessary. So for example, I was just looking something up on the county website, I typed in, and a bunch of stuff popped up that was not even close to what I needed, but contained the keywords. And so the chatbot is going to be able to know a little bit more of, okay, this is what this person's looking for, and it's going to be able to find them those two words together, for example, things like that.
It also has the ability for each department head to set up their own chatbot within it. So say for our end on the sheriff's office, if we had specific sheriff office questions, once you're on our page, you can ask it specific to us and you can dial it down per department if you choose to do that.
Very nice. Questions? Great. Thank you for the update. Appreciate it. Tentative time schedule?
You guys would have to make a decision on the quote to move forward with the chatbot, and we would have to sign it. I got it printed here if you want it for that part, but the redesign and the relook is free, and we just have to plan a kickoff meeting in the next coming weeks when they have an open availability to start that process.
Okay.
So I do have one question. So how often will we get an update billing?
Oh, on the chatbot, it's once a year. Yeah, 3,200 is annually.
Okay, but that won't stay forever. It will incrementally increase over time.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
everything does.
Most everything does go up every year.
Yeah.
That's what it's currently at now.
Okay.
On this chat box, when they showcased it to you guys, how was the data feed coming back? You know, so like right now your search function, right? You'd have to go back into the back end of the website to figure out what people have searched for. Does the chat box automatically generate monthly reports, weekly reports on, hey, this is what everybody looked for, here's what I didn't know, here's an idea of what you need to work on to make your website better?
It can pull those reports, but it also has the ability, certain questions, if they're asking the question, we try to provide an answer with the chat bot, and they're saying, no, that's not what I was looking for, or whatever, we have the ability to say, we'll email whichever department head, and they will get you it'll point them to somebody to get them the answer. And then we do have to kind of go in the back and look for that report manually of what those things are.
Yeah, you can pull the history up at any time, I think. Yeah. And you know, then if there's a continual fault, why then a department head can retrain it or add information that it's missing to cure the common question.
Okay, so is this in conjunction with the IT we have here? Is it all by itself?
Well, who knows? In my mind, we would let the department heads, currently the department heads have the ability to go in and change things on the website to fit their needs. And in my mind, it would continue that way, that if there was a question within a department head, it would flag it and that department head could fix it. I don't think it would be an IT thing.
No, I think this would be, imagine your personal assistant always on your website right there that would try to help you navigate that website. So you wouldn't have to call a person or call in and say, you know, county clerk, I can't get into your website. Can you walk me through it? Or can I come meet with you? This chat box is supposed to take that position and learn and help. So anybody gets on our website, it's like having your own personal assistant on how to navigate that website and get to different departments. Has nothing to do with any farther thing except within that website. It can't operate outside of that website or the parameters of that website. We're currently introducing it into all of our websites at work, where I work, bringing it in to help people navigate all our different stuff that we have also, both external and internal.
And I can see in the planning and zoning office where it could become huge. I mean, it'll pull up any permit that you need or tell you what's required in a zoning district. Any question that you can ask it, if it can find it in our zoning regulations, it's gonna hand it to you.
No, I understand that part of it. I didn't ask my question very well, I guess. So we have IT department here right now, takes care of most of the stuff, if you would. Mm-hmm. So are they going to work together, or is one over here and one over here, and they're never going to meet in the middle, so to speak?
Well, the way I understand it, from my involvement, is it would just be encompassed in the website how we have it already. IT is in here, but over the years, through the clerk's office, they've asked me to add other users per department into the website so they can monitor and edit their own department page. So there's multiple people that have access to edit our page now. And so it's just every department's kind of fending for themselves in their category. But this would just add for the whole website in general, and each department can train it appropriately.
Yeah. I guess I might be lost on the question yet, but I don't see IT having anything to do with this really, other than within their department. It's maintained.
It's a feature they'll turn on in the website that's already live.
Okay,
She won't have to do anything to turn it on.
Okay, so who's going to do the maintenance on it?
That's what I'm saying is we have a running list of people per department that help edit those pages specifically to themselves.
Well, I know, but right now we have a Wazatec on the IT here. We get big old bills from them about every month, and that's my question is, are we going to see that or not?
If I could, I'm just, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Vickery, I think there may be some confusion on.
There would be on my part, for sure.
So realistically, right now, the website is not managed by IT.
Fair enough.
So they wouldn't.
No, but it's
them.
managed by something or somebody or
Correct,
something.
through this
And it's going to
organization.
require down the road expenditures to keep it operational. Who's going to maintain that? Who's going to be responsible for that?
It's the same company, Civics Plus, that does our hosting, our website hosting now. This is just an add-on to their already existing platform. It's just like, would you like fries with that? We're just adding fries, and if we want to continue to buy fries with our burger, we keep doing it year after.
Yeah, but every time you buy fries, it takes another buck or two to get the fries.
Well,
That's what I'm
yes,
saying.
eventually over time, and the contract even says that it is subject to increase, but yeah, and every year you'll look at it and say, oh, the fries are getting expensive this year, we want to just have a burger. But it won't require additional work from the IT department.
The goal of it, actually, they specifically said this yesterday, was to reduce our time trying to track those down and help people. It's going to do a lot of the back end work for us. It's to reduce staff time and effort.
Well, I don't object to it. I just know that down the road, anytime something new comes on board, something new associated with cost increases show up also. Just the way the world works today. Okay.
Are you at a position that you're looking for approval for the AI, or what are we talking about today?
I would say so, yes. If you want to move forward with a quote, it was good for 30 days. We would need approval for this to move forward. And I'm honestly, to be honest with you, I don't know who the authorization signature would be for this, but,
okay.
And I know it comes out in the general fund now, but I don't know who authorizes that specifically. But.
Okay. Motion to move forward on this. Invoicing the amount of $3,200 for an AI assistant on our website.
This is just an annual term. There's no 5-year or nothing else tied to it. I'd be good with giving it a year, seeing what happens. So I'll make that motion.
Okay. Have a motion and a second for an AI.
No, I'm fine with it.
Chat box.
Chat box. Great. Motion second, all in favor? Aye. Approved? Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Up next, proactive rehabilitation and fitness, Craig Hadfield.
Well, you guys have been patient.
All right.
Good morning. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, if you will, we'll introduce ourselves briefly, and then we have a couple of things we'd like to present to the board. So
please.
Myself, I'm Craig Hadfield. I'm a doctor of physical therapy, fellow of orthopedic manual therapy, and co-owner of Proactive Rehabilitation. I also currently serve as the president of the Wyoming chapter of the APTA, and I'll allow Leanne to introduce herself.
I'm Leanne Parks. I'm also a co-owner of Proactive Rehab. I'm a doctor of physical therapy. I am the vice president of the Wyoming APTA chapter. So Craig and I have been working together on that for a couple of years.
Yeah, with that, we'd just like to offer some more information to the board about our company and some more background that might be helpful for you in decision making in regards to the property 317 Failer. First, we'd like to acknowledge we understand it was a difficult situation for the commissioners and the hospital board, and ultimately we understand the decision was made, why the decision was made, and we understand that's important for the county to have full purview over public health. And we're grateful for the considerations both boards made towards our company in all of the decision making and evaluations of all the options available. But unfortunately, it does put Proactive in a more vulnerable situation. But that said, our aim as a company is to be good collaborators with the county and public health in any way we can, so that we can achieve a triple win for all of us. Our ask is that the county consider that it's maybe best for the service of the county residents that Proactive remain in that building. And on that, I'd like to offer some information. We've been serving Sublette County for 35 years now. And the facility that's on 317 Failer, I think some of you have been in there already as previous clients. It was designed specifically for outpatient rehabilitation services. We offer physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy. And it does have a unique thing, as far as I know of. Not many pools for therapy exist in the state, let alone our surrounding counties. And so we have a very unique facility to provide these services to the residents of Sublette County. We employ anywhere from 10 to 15 people at any given time, most of which are full-time and most are clinicians. And many of those are highly credentialed clinicians. I mentioned myself earlier, I'm a fellow of orthopedic manual therapy. I'm currently one of only 5 in Wyoming. Leanne's about to complete her fellowship, so we would then have 1/3 of all of the fellows of orthopedic manual therapy in Wyoming here in Sublette County. Recently, our occupational therapist, Cassandra Bennett, has achieved a certified hand therapy credential, which is very unique and highly sought after. Other clinicians have unique specialties or experience, including wound care. I can turn the time back over to Leanne. She can speak on her expertise for a moment.
Yes, so I have advanced training in pelvic floor physical therapy. So that is another opportunity within the county that can be served in a better way. I think the big thing for us is recognizing that there's real practitioners and people that are affected within the sale and transfer of the property at 317 Baylor Avenue. So just some of the things to think about. There's some proprietary information that we'd love to share with you guys in a private capacity. One of the things that we feel comfortable sharing with you is in 2024 alone, we had over 9,000 contacts with the Sublette County patients in the community. That doesn't include free services. We offer senior classes. We have gym memberships at a significantly reduced rate so that our seniors can continue to be active and not have to pay higher rates going to other facilities, fitness companies, the PAC, just things like that. And we can supervise the care that they're receiving. And then the pool alone services almost 50 different visits a month. So there's a lot of things that could be negatively hurtful to the community by removing those opportunities at that facility. So.
I guess in addition to that, I'd like to just point out that, if we were to continue leasing that building, that of course that lease amount would benefit the county financially. All that said, in the meantime, as good tenants, we're seeking information about a lease, even if it's temporary. We'd like to know who we should pay a lease to and what those terms would be for any maintenance and so forth. There were some things that were approved by the hospital board that weren't performed before the transfer of the property. So those are of concern to us, but just general maintenance kind of things that were already due just by how long the building has been there. So I think that's the main things we wanted to bring forward to the commissioners. And other than that, we'd like to let you know we're open to discussion and any questions you have.
Chairman, I've got some questions for sure.
Please.
And some of these you may not want to answer, and that's fine if it's, I guess one, there's economic development funds out there. Are you guys interested in owning the facility, or at least your only option to look at? Personally, I'm not real big into leasing to private industry, but if there's economic development possibility there, I mean, what you guys offer the community, if you're interested in owning it, maybe there's a possibility in my mind going that way, but
I definitely think we would be open to any conversation that would entertain something like that.
Yeah, I would say, I don't know why it wasn't a lease to own type of agreement to begin with. But yeah, I agree. I'd prefer to eventually have ownership of a facility.
Yeah. I mean, that facility was built in '94, and they had Sue as the prior owner design it and work with them to decide what was the best way to integrate therapy services at that time, because I believe she was the only provider in Sublette County, and they saw the need. So, that building truly was designed and set up for therapy services. It would need a complete remodel to be used for something different. And all of the equipment in there and the pool. So thinking about logistics, if let's say a year or 2 years from now, public health were to take it over, what are we gonna do with that pool? Now we have this beautiful thing that was donated for Proactive that is no longer being utilized as well. But we're open to any and all conversations.
Sure. In correspondence we had with Clayton Melinkovich yesterday, he indicated that we may be in a position to effectuate the transfer of the building on or July 19th or before. Is that
You mean finalizing the
correct?
Transfer. Yeah, we're waiting on a few things to come into place with the hospital system. So, but it should be soon.
So at that point in time, we would need to determine if we want a short-term, yearly, annual, or month-to-month on the property. But that will be the middle of the month when we're probably get ready to ride that horse.
Okay.
Sounds right.
Our rent is typically due today. I have inquired to a couple different people about who I should be paying rent to. Who wants our money? I mean, we're more than happy to keep it if you want to give us grace for a couple weeks, but that was, we contacted the hospital and Greg says that we are now owned by the county, and then we've reached out to Clayton. He said that the county isn't quite fully owned yet. It doesn't have full ownership yet, so we just want to do the right thing as tenants.
Thank you. If you'd be kind enough to just set that aside in a reserve account, and then when we have the date of closing, at that point in time, we can prorate it out appropriately to each party.
Perfect.
And I think that's equitable for everyone.
Okay, we can do that. Any other questions?
I don't right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go a little farther along.
Sure, yeah.
Thank you, Clayton.
Yeah, we're open to any discussions further on, so
Great.
thank you.
Look forward to it.
Thank you.
Once we get it under.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a statement, and Commissioner Bradley said from his person, and this is just from my person too, because I do recognize the importance of what you folks have there. And as far as I'm concerned, until we actually definitely know what we're going to do with public health, once we take ownership, and that's been an ongoing struggle, quite frankly, I'm perfectly comfortable with where you're at for whatever time it takes to make the transition, if it's a year, 2 years, or what have you. But having said that, we'll certainly give you an opportunity, or should, and I think Mac brought up a viable option to look out there to see if there's something that you can do, come up with a proposal, so to speak.
Yeah.
As we go forward, because ownership would be much better than leasing ship, I think.
Yeah.
So that's my take on it.
Thanks, commissioners and Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you so much.
It was nice to meet you guys.
Do.
Yeah.
My pleasure. Thank you. The Peter Paulin Visitor Center. How are you, Peter?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for your time today. I'm going to give a department report and talk about a couple things real quick. Some numbers came in from our May numbers came in, and we saw 891 registered visitors at the Visitor Center in Pinedale. It's up about 8.5% from May of last year, and down 13.6% from May of 2023. Our referral program holds strong, and we saw about close to a 25% referral percentage. It's up about 6% from the previous year. The top referrals in May were Museum the Mountain Man, outdoor recreation, and restaurants. If you guys have the report, those are the states that we registered as visitors. And the top 3 states were Wyoming, Colorado, and Texas in May. We saw visitors from Australia, Switzerland, France, the UK, Germany, India, and Canada. And we had 2 bus stops with about 55 people each. And then our new tracking category that we put in, we saw 104 people registered traveling through the area, 20 as a Sublette County as a destination, and 29 locals that were looking for information. The update on the Big Piney Visitor Center, we were hoping to open this week. There's been a few delays in the finishing of the project down there, but they're real close, so we're hopeful to open up hopefully within the next couple weeks. I need about a week to get in there to at least get the place ready on our end to open up the visitor center. That's about all I have. We're doing some event support, as the visitor center is a central location for like the rendezvous and stuff. So we'll be working with other groups to put on some events there. So we'll have a stage out back during rendezvous weekend around it, next weekend, so.
Anything special down in Piney with the 4th of July coming from the visitor center?
I was hoping to have the visitor center open, so
Sure.
I don't have anything with, in correspondence to meaning the parade and stuff. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
I do not at this time. I was going to be hopefully open and have an open house Friday, but
Okay.
we're actually been delayed. But we're on track. We're on our end. We're ready to go, and just waiting on them, and we'll hopefully open up in a couple weeks.
Great.
Yeah.
Any questions for Peter?
I've got a couple. Sublette County has a destination. When those folks come in, what are they doing for their destination? In other words, are they coming here to go fishing, hiking, camping, et cetera?
It's a variety of stuff. Outdoor rec is our biggest thing, but we have people coming in here for weddings and they check in with us. Yeah, hiking, it seems to be the number one thing, especially this time of year. Yeah, it's a variety of different things coming in for. So events sometimes and visiting family even.
So do you have a website and a tracker on it? How many visit your website?
As in people that visit the website?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. It registers through the Wix program or the Wix platform. So we do have that data available. I don't have it with me now, but I could look it up.
I'm just going back to this chat bot.
Uh-huh.
I mean, if you were to put that on there, you might get some question and answer answers
Yeah,
from people that are coming.
right. And they are directed to email us at this point, but a chat box maybe. I would think something that would help us out. Sure. I think the option's available through the Wix program, so I'd have to review and see what that would take to put that together. So.
Great. So Peter, I talked to you once before about an old style round baler. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
And so obviously it would be an outdoor something. I went down and looked at it. It's going to take me a little bit just to get it lifted up because it's significantly heavy. And it's probably overall with the tongue and everything almost as long as this table.
Right.
It's in better shape than I thought it might be. It doesn't have any tires on it, but that's not a big deal. So the question is, if I go to the effort to get that, is there going to be a place down there? Because it's an interesting thing to look at. You wonder how it even worked. And I guess it did, but I was going to do a little research on it and see if I couldn't come up with a book, if you would, that explained how it's supposed to operate. Now, without seeing it, I understand I've got you at a disadvantage, but something along that line. Are you going to have an outside area, and would something?
That would be the outside area is limited based on the space, but we're working with the Green River Valley Museum, so I would talk to them too and see where we could put that. We're open to any kind of stuff that has history.
Well, this has history back in the early 60s because I know who sold it and I know who bought it. So it's in the 60s is when it was there.
Sure.
And you look at it and you wonder, most people look at it and wonder what that was for. Well, we made round bales about this big, spit them out, and that's what it was for.
Yeah, I'll talk to them and see.
Okay, well, I'll get some measurements on it so I have an idea what the dimensions are. I haven't done that, but I will.
Thank you.
And fast forward that to you.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Peter, thank you so very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good 4th. Doggone it. We're right on schedule. Take a motion to break for lunch. Second. In favor? Aye. Back at 1 o'clock. Up next is planning and zoning. Spruce operation, requesting a change of zoning district boundary.
Okay. So as the chairman said, this application is coming from Blue Spruce. They are proposing to reclassify, can everybody hear me? Do I need this closer? 320 acres of agricultural zoned land to heavy industrial for the purposes of natural gas processing plant. So this on the screen is the parcel, but it's not the entirety of the parcel. Staff, so this is the last report from Mr. Fornstrom that you have in front of you. So staff recommended approval of this application with no conditions. At the P&Z meeting that this application was heard at, it was recommended for approval with a 5-0 vote with no conditions. That was pretty much all I was going to give, and then I will be happy to turn it over to Mike Jackson and his applicant for their presentation.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I've got Andrew Moses with me. He's with Blue Spruce Operating, so he's pretty technically savvy. If you've got any real technical questions about the plant or the operation of it, Tess pointed that out. I do have kind of an overview that shows you the middle portion of this is what is being proposed for rezone. What's shaded in pink here. It's obviously larger than the plant site itself, but without having it totally dialed in on placement of it, they just want to make sure there was enough room within that footprint to put it there. We've done quite a bit of surveying out there recently, some topographic surveying, just I think they're fine tuning, how that plant will lay out. It's located about 2 miles southerly from an existing plant just like this. I shouldn't say just like it, but similar use. It's in a pretty gas industry heavy area over there off of Calpet. They've got all their easements through the BLM as far as access goes. And I know that Andy's got a lot more information pertaining to, EA, the permitting requirements that they have to go through as part of the normal process anyways. Is there any specific questions you have for me that I can answer, or maybe that Andy could help answer? We'd be willing to give it a shot.
So that BLM road is how you'll access it?
Yeah, from Calpet. It's a graphite hollow.
Okay.
Got it. Kind of a.
Any upgrade have to be done to that for the BLM standard?
Yes, thank you, commissioners, for having us here. Just for the record, my name is Andrew Moses. I'm with Blue Spruce Operating. To answer your question, Mac, yes, we won't need to improve it for BLM standards, but just because we will have, after post-construction, once we're up and running, we'll have approximately 2 helium trucks taking out the liquefied refined helium on average every day. So we will not necessarily widen the road, but we plan to put some geotech fabric on there, haul in some new road base, approximately 6 inches, and probably mag chloride, that type of thing. So we are working with the BLM on that improvement plan. So no significant improvement in terms of width necessarily, but just general road surface improvements. And that's that graphite hollow road is paved basically back from Calpet. It's just gravel from the south of that Y there. not necessarily pointing at a map, but I'm sure you guys are familiar. I can go point at the screen if you'd like me to. As Mike mentioned, we are about in the 75% range dialed in on the plant footprint, which is going to be closer in the 40 to 60 acre range. So even though we're going for the 320 acres, that's really because we're having a dual EPC firm, basically a dual EPC design. So there's a little healthy competition amongst the construction firms.
And you'll leave that all in heavy industrial, or once you're set, will you scale back some of it to agricultural?
Yeah, I think other than the tracks, probably at the quarter level that aren't impacted, so to speak, I think we would let those roll back to agricultural would be our preference.
About the industrial siting process, when's that?
We plan to, we've been preparing our application. We plan to submit that formally on July 30th with a September hearing.
Chairman. Andy, I know in your application you put in here, you guys was anticipating only drilling a water well for potable use on it, but you said there was, as of right now, no plans on drilling any kind of commercial water well. Can you elaborate a little more on that?
Yes, sir. We plan to drill a water supply well that will basically supply the control room, restroom facilities, maybe a kitchen area. We would likely haul in additional drinking water. And then we would also, and we just went back to the state engineer's office to amend our water well application such that we could, during the 3 summers worth of construction activity, use that for dust control just on the plant site location. After construction activities are concluded, it would then, I don't know if the permit will actually change. SEO is trying to figure out how they will do that, but then that would be used primarily and exclusively for essentially the restroom facilities and the control room. I think we have it maxed out at 25 gallons per minute, and I think we're going to reduce to around 10 acre feet per year. So the plant itself won't use any water for industrial usage, no water cooling or makeup water or anything like that.
Is there any adjudicated water rights that are tied to this land? You guys know?
I don't think that there are, but I honestly don't know that answer. I know when we've looked around at water rights in the area for permitting our production wells, we haven't noticed anything. No. There are no existing.
I don't remember seeing any on that. There's some older water rights that have been canceled in that area that we've noticed just from doing the state platting for as part of the requirements on those. But I don't recall seeing anything adjudicated on there, especially for surface water. Maybe stock, if there was. I mean, there's quite a bit of stock use out there. So
there's no question on what you'd have to do with any kind of water rights or
no. I mean, we could if it's canceled, it's canceled, and if there is anything, then you just go through the process with the state engineer's office and either modify it to service the ag portions of the property that it could serve, or it's just a modification permit through the state engineer's office.
Perfect.
So, Mr. Chairman, I have a question. I'm looking down here on the timeline. It says the BSO anticipates reaching final investment decision for 2024. Not certain what that means, but in my mind, what it's going to say is you guys, some of you guys, going to step at a table like this and determine whether or not you want to go forward with the project, depending on how much investment it looks like it's going to take, and et cetera. Is that kind of a nutshell?
Yeah, I think that's a good interpretation of what final investment decision means. At that point, we would presumably have all of our permits in hands, whether that's the signed decision record, EA from the BLM, the industrial siting permit, our air quality permits, our applications for permits to drill our production wells, our class 2 injection permit, basically the whole gamut of permits that we need, all of our right of ways. And then also on the, just the economic side of things, we need to ensure that our returns look good after we see what our capital requirement will be once these two EPC firms have gone through their bidding process with us.
That was very well said. So the follow-up I have to that is, I hate the word assume because it can come back to bite you in various ways. But if the final investment decision is, we don't think so, then the property you've asked to be rezoned to heavy industrial, you also then request it to go back to Able, or how would that work?
Yes, sir. If we do, in the unfortunate situation, we wouldn't reach a positive final investment decision, we would, that would probably be the least of our worries at that point. But yes, we would come back and revert to A1. And I think regulations allow that to happen after 2 years anyway. If we don't start construction, I believe it goes back automatically, if I remember.
I was just curious in this case, and I hope you're successful, by the way, but should it not occur that way, then I guess I would want to wait 2 years, because I think by then you're thinking, let's go someplace different and do something else. So that was, I guess, that's my question about the A1 designation.
Yeah, if we don't reach a positive final investment decision, we can request that it reverts back to A1. I can commit to that.
Mr. Chairman. Andy, when you guys are in the construction phase, are you planning to house or temporary housing of employees, workers on site?
No, they will not be on site. As part of our socioeconomic look, as part of the ISD application, we have a workforce housing plan. Right now, it looks like through in the study area communities, which ranges approximately 1 hour drive in. So Kemmerer is included. I think Farson snuck in there, Pinedale, of course, Big Piney-Marbleton, the surrounding communities. When we look at RV parks, hotels, motels, I think those are the primary sources. We believe that there are enough accommodations right now, along with short-term rentals. If I'm trying to think through the ISD application, I believe if the vacancy rate would go under 25% with our workforce, then we would look at putting in a man camps potentially. They wouldn't be out on location. They would probably be in the Big Piney area. We've identified a few tracts of land that would be able to accommodate such accommodations. In the event that we did do that, we're aware that we would most likely need to come in and get a conditional use permit. And we would use a kind of a temporary housing situation where it'd be all above ground sewage contained and pumped off, water hauled in. We wouldn't be drilling water wells or trying to expand the sewer system or anything like that. So
true man camp style.
Yep, true man camp style.
I'd probably add to that there would be a foreseeable CUP coming in for certain items within the plant that would exceed the height limitation of the heavy industrial zoning. So that once the plant is kind of completed as far as what the design is, then that would be prepared and brought forward at that time, once kind of knew the location and what those actual heights would be.
What are you referring to?
I mean, so I don't know what the maximum heights are. I do know that there will be, there's not many, like 4 or 5, I think we had a list on one of them.
Yeah, I think the tallest features out there would be the flare stacks that would be used for essentially emergency use only, and plant turnarounds, which, a few days a year, would be, I believe, 150 feet tall, sort of in that magnitude of height. So, and there are 2 or 3 other pieces of equipment that would be over 100 feet tall.
The plant just north of you there, they have the same.
Yeah, it would be fairly similar to that Black Canyon D-High facility. Maybe we would probably have a few more pieces of taller equipment because we're doing full gas processing versus dehydration, but they would have similar flare stacks up there, yes.
Just for reference, the maximum height in heavy industrial is 60 feet.
Thank you, Tess. After your decision to go or not go on this in December, I believe you said?
We anticipate 4th quarter of this year. So yeah, sometime late fall.
Sure. What would your time schedule be after that, please?
Assuming we have all permits in place and we're cleared to proceed, we would likely begin construction May 1st of 26. And I say May 1st because we have voluntarily agreed to honor the big game winter stips in the area and only construct drill wells, et cetera, May 1st to November 15th.
What percentage of the project would be done come November 15th if things go in a timely fashion?
Of the first year, we would anticipate this project, we expect a commercial online date of late 2028. So this will be 3 summers of construction.
And then the workforce associated with the construction was 400?
I think our technical number is peak of 318, so 325 in that range for the summer months during the construction phase, and then long term it'll be closer to 50 year-round employees.
Correct. Any questions? Comments from the public? Please.
My name is Bill Ames, and my career was oil and gas. I'm not opposed to this project. I'm supporting 100%. The world needs helium. County needs the revenue. The state needs the revenue.
Mike, can you give him that microphone?
Sorry, Bill.
Yeah, the revenue is great for everybody. And I appreciate you moving the plant to a better wildlife friendly location. And I sincerely appreciate Blue Spruce's avoidance of big game winter range. It's private property. They really don't have to do that, and it's much appreciated. I have a concern with the 320 acres. The plant is going to be 40 to 60 acres, and it's in the big game winter range and a migration corridor. I'd like to see that narrowed down, or maybe we could narrow it down with the zoning change to heavy industrial for an area that the plant will encompass. But is it possible to go conditional use on laydown yards, fab yards, parking areas, anything just to avoid putting so much property in heavy industrial in a big game winter range, even though I know it's private property, but it's our wildlife. I'd just like to keep the footprint as minimal. For the height, I don't have a problem. Noise, I mean, it's just all part of extracting that gas, and I think everybody in here wants the gas. We're not here to just stop it, but let's do everything we can to get it right. It's got a 50-year lifespan, I'm assuming is what you're kind of justifying this at. That's a long time, 50 years. And like that Exxon project over there, it just blows my mind how the same wells have gone on for, 35 years now and haven't let up a beat. It's phenomenal. But like I say, if we could go to conditional use or else maybe hold off on designating heavy industrial until we know the final plats, just to try to keep that down. 320 acres, that's 1 mile by a half mile. And in a migration corridor, that's a pretty big jog, to get around when the snow is deep. And my other comments have to deal with the helium sales. I don't know if you guys have been down there in the wintertime, but Saddle Ridge, December through March, it's a booger. I mean, you get oil field truckers, there's always accidents on it. There's always trucks going off the road. It's just a nasty spot in the wintertime. And I would encourage you to go down there and put on your December, January hat and lenses and look at it. These trucks that they're going to be selling to, Blue Spruce has no control over them. It's trucks, over the road trucks. Who knows, Louisiana, Mississippi drivers have never seen snow and ice. It's a safety hazard for people, our residents. You go drive that road in the summer and it's just a nasty spot. You come over the top of that, you can't see who's coming. It's just bad. And also, that's life of the span is 41,000 route trucks in there over 50 years, and half of them are going to be in the winter with the deer migration and the deer winter range. I mean, it's tough to drive that road without seeing deer on the highway. And I think it would be, they have an existing right of way. Well, I don't know if they have it yet, but the injection pipeline is going to go from the plant down Dry Piney to a location, 2 to 3 miles from the highway. And I'm not telling you what to do or anything, but it would just be, I think it would be prudent to try to get that helium sales close to the highway, where our residents that are working out in the oil field don't have to worry about these inexperienced over-the-road truckers driving Saddle Ridge. It's for 50 years. So if we can move that helium plant to a lot more accessible location, or the helium loadout, doesn't have to be the plant, I don't know, just as long as those over-the-road truckers don't have to get in a bind and endanger our citizens here. And like I say, that Dry Piney Calpat Road, that is absolute heart of winter range there. That's a lot of trucks in the wintertime running on that road. And I know, you can't I wouldn't think you'd put a helium load out by your injection well, but like I say, the pipeline right away is there. The environmental damage to the right away to put a second pipeline in there would be very minimal. And if you had to run it a mile or two down the road, there's the option of private or BLM down there to try to get a permit. And I think that would receive support. I don't think you'd get, I would hope that the Game and Fish and other people aren't going to fight you on tearing up more land. But if we could consider moving that helium sales line off of that mountain into a lot better environment for truckers that Blue Spruce has no control over who's showing up with those trucks. And like I say, if you've not been over Saddle Ridge in the wintertime, I strongly encourage you, just go down there and take a look at it. It's just a nasty place. And that's the end of my comments. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Further questions, statements, please?
Could I grab the mic?
Would you be kind enough?
Absolutely.
Thank you. If you want, you can just have a sit.
Well, I can have a sit. We're gonna have a chat, huh, guys? Chairman, members of the commission, appreciate the opportunity to speak today. My name is Luke Schultz. I'm with the Wyoming Mule Deer Alliance. We're a grassroots group of hunters from across the state of Wyoming that advocate on behalf of deer and deer hunters. And just a couple of comments that I wanted to make. There's no doubt that we're an industrial town or industrial county here in Sublette County, but I also want to really emphasize that we have this sort of cultural backbone that is mule deer. You go into a gas station, you go into the grocery store, you go into a hotel, you see a deer on the wall, and it is the fabric of this community. I think we're known worldwide for it. And I think that we have some concerns with kind of how this project is being run. We're certainly not opposed to it. Like Bill mentioned, I think we support it, but I would ask sort of three things from the commission. And the first is, again, to consider minimizing the actual zoning based on what is actually specified in that design. Let's not have 320 acres zoned industrial if we only need 40 to 50 acres to do that. And if that means we have to wait until we know exactly where that's going to be and zone it there, I think that's probably the best way to do that. The second, like Bill mentioned, is to sort of consider the operation of that plant and sort of the trucking to minimize collisions on that roadway there. I understand why we would upgrade the road surface there. And certainly I appreciate that as well as somebody that uses those roads, but it does lead to increased speed. Increased speed leads to increased, collisions out there, especially in winter in the winter range. So I would just have you guys consider that. And the last thing is, they've offered to stick to the wildlife stipulations. The only thing I would maybe add is maybe we just hold them to that from the county level. I know I don't have any reason not to trust them, but maybe we put it in writing and then we're staying out of that kind of crucial period during the winter. So that's all I have. Happy to take questions, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak, guys. Thank you.
More questions, statements from in here online? Does anyone have any thoughts they would like to share with us? Thank you. So going back to a couple concerns that were raised here, and they're both valid. Is it essential that you have so much acreage in heavy commercial, heavy industrial?
I think to answer that question, to be completely candid, especially the 80 acres to the west, those two quarters to the west, those were looped in just to honestly avoid having to come in and add them if for some reason the plant footprint needed to extend just over the line. We truly will be in the 40 to 60 acre range. If we're not going to use it, we're not going to just haul in gravel and disturb the habitat. We just did it for flexibility for final siting plans because we do have 2 designs going and we needed to retain a little bit of flexibility. We will only disturb what needs to be done to build the plant. I'm not sure if I fully answered your question, but if you see, yeah, particularly in section 11, those 2 tracks to the west, we would still like to rezone the full 320, like I said, just for maximum flexibility right now, but Blue Spruce can commit that we won't put in additional parking areas or lay down yards, or a lot of our receiving will be done within the plant site or right along the Graphite Hollow Road. We operate two existing shallow wells there that we could potentially use for parking areas if we needed a temporary staging area, but for the most part we will build the pad location, and that's what the surface disturbance will be.
Thank you for that. One of the concerns that I had coming into the meeting, and I understand the nature of business, all intentions are we're going to succeed and move forward, is what if we approve rezoning to heavy industrial and for some, whatever reason it is, it doesn't happen. And when we listen to a couple people, they also say, why do we have such an overkill? And they're valid concerns. Clayton, are we able to issue permits with reversion stipulations or clauses in it to bring it back into current zoning if certain conditions are not met?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, you can add reasonable conditions on your zone change. And I guess, can I borrow your minute right here?
Yes, sir.
Just so I'm understanding, we're talking about, so you're talking about saying, yeah, this is a bigger picture, the bigger piece. So you're suggesting that
if they don't, and I truly want this to happen, don't misunderstand, but we have to talk honestly here. If come December, we don't, and we do the zoning change on it, and they're not able to pull the trigger, and it kind of sits there, then we have 320 acres that have been zoned to something that's not conducive to what we currently have, if that makes sense.
So I guess just to back up, I want to make sure I'm understanding that. And what I'm hearing is the concern that if we rezone it to heavy industrial and they don't pull the trigger on this project, then it's just sitting there blanket, bare, heavy industrial. Is that the concern?
That is correct. And anyone else can come along and purchase that as heavy industrial with no input by.
So you are zoning it and can zone it conditioned upon this project being completed.
Okay.
So then if they don't do this project, and that's candidly, that's how your zone changes operate in general.
Thank you.
They operate based on, that's why you have your master plan. That's why you have all the requirements in your zone change. So you have an idea of this is what we are doing. Now, granted, if they get out there and they want to do other things, yes, it is still heavy industrial. However, if it is not completed, you already have provisions in the regulations wherein that zoning can be terminated if they don't complete the project or have substantial completion within a certain amount of time. But you can additionally condition this upon the zone change is conditioned upon the completion of this project and this project only. And then they can't go in there and decide to do something completely different.
Thank you for that explanation.
Does that answer that question, or
was the first part of it? Yes, I believe I understood what you said. So then we'll go on to the next portion of it, where we're doing a large tract of land, and if they only need 100 acres, for example, is there something that we can use to control and say, well, since you didn't need the additional 200 acres, we're going to revert that back?
So this is part of a larger overall general policy question when it comes to and this has come up in the zoning regulation conversation moving forward of, should we have parcels of land that have 2 zones on them? That's a general policy question that is coming up in conversation. So for discussion's sake, this would be, what you're proposing is that you would have 100 acres that are carved out, and they say that zoning on that parcel is just for this piece, the rest of it is the other zoning. So that's kind of a split zoning.
Correct.
That conversation comes up, so it's a larger general. You can do that because ultimately, when you are looking at the plant with at the zone request, it requires the legal description of what is actually being zoned. And so you can carve out this house key looking chunk of property and say that house key looking chunk of property is the heavy industrial, and everything else is, everything else remains ag. You can do that, but then you have 2 different parcels. But again, if you back up and say the condition upon the approval of this zone change is for this project, then they can only build this project and they can't use the remaining 200 acres for other industrial, heavy industrial. It's just for this project.
Correct. I understand why you said they can always come forward and request further modification of the property, but it's not part of the original grant, if that makes sense. So they could always come back and say, we need to do it additional.
We need more room.
Correct.
Yes, you can do it that way as well, but you can also, and I don't know if they have, I don't even know if Mr. Jackson has a legal description of what the necessary footprint is.
Sure.
For the purposes of having that just be the only piece that's zoned or not. But I want to make sure that there's no confusion. When you are approving the zone change, you're approving it solely for this project, just for the one that they've got in front of you, that they've put in front of you. They've said, this is how big we're going to do it. This is what we're going to do. It isn't a license to cover every square inch of the entire property with additional plants. It's for this plant. So I'm just wanting, I want to make sure that we're not trying to find a solution for a problem that doesn't necessarily exist.
Correct, but if I don't ask questions, I don't know.
Yes. Yeah. Does that help resolve some of the concerns with them building a second plant over on this other piece?
So we can take the entire thing and zone it heavy industrial, and if they only use 100 acres, the other 2/3 is still zoned heavy industrial, but they can't do anything with it in regards to that.
If you condition it upon the use of this, if you're conditioning it upon this project.
Okay.
That's this zone change for that purpose.
And what door does that leave open for future development or expansion?
That's what I'm trying to say. And Mike, if you're disagreeing with me on this, please jump in. But like the zone change was for this project. So
I understand that.
It doesn't allow for just any other heavy industrial use on the same parcel. It's why you've got your master plan. It's why you've got everything else. They've got this. That's what they came to ask for, and they're going to do.
So on the unused portion, why can it not then revert back to ag? Then it takes away any argument moving forward.
So I guess this is, and I feel like we're not necessarily communicating, and I apologize for that.
We've had that, yes.
Again, is the concern that they're not actually going to get the trigger fully pulled, or is the concern that they're going to pull the trigger and then there's another trigger down the road they also want to pull?
They are both valid questions.
Okay. So for question 1,
please,
if they never build this plant as they've described it, and they don't ever get substantial completion of that plant, the county can revoke the zone, it can terminate the zoning through a process and say, you never did build the thing, we are pulling that zoning, it goes back to ag. So
is that a lengthy battle, or is that straightforward? Or
well, I'm hoping that in the future regulations it will be more clear.
Okay.
But it's not, it takes about a month to do.
Thank you.
So it's not the end of the world. So the county has the authority to do that if they never build it. So that's question number one.
Thank you.
Question number two. They are coming forward, and this is why your regulations require that they produce a master plan if they're doing some kind of development on it, which is what they've come forward with, and that's why they have all these drawings. It says come forward with what you want to zone, why you're wanting the rezone, what you want to do with the rezone. When you're approving the rezone, you're approving it for the purposes of building this plant.
Yes,
And so they can build this plant.
I understand that. But then we have the additional 200 acres that they're not going to build anything on. So why does it need to continue to be zoned heavy industrial, is my question.
It doesn't have to be, but it simply being zoned heavy industrial doesn't mean they can build another plant on the same space.
Therefore, they don't need it.
Correct. But if there's some concern about the actual physical space where they're going to build it, like, I think I'm confused with what the question is. You can carve out.
You're answering. Yes, we're talking the same thing. It's just we're not. It's the end portion that we're not communicating on.
This key-shaped piece right here.
Yes.
If you want that to be the only square inches of or square feet of that lot to be heavy industrial, you can do that. And the remainder would be ag.
Okay.
If you would like to, you're more than welcome to. But what I'm suggesting is that may be a solution to a problem that doesn't exist, given the fact that they are being approved for the zone change for the purposes of building this plant. And since they're being approved to build this plant, there isn't really a concern that the remaining 200 acres would be used to build additional plants.
So, Mr. Chairman, maybe we go about it a different way if it's possible.
Thank you.
Say, permit the whole thing, heavy industrial, after the plant's built, when the first load of helium leaves, they come in and relinquish the rest back to A1 that is not in use.
That's what I was saying.
So I think what you're doing.
And that gives them the ability to set it up, move it wherever they need it on the thing, and then once it's in operation, they can trim back.
Exactly.
So you can do that in a number of ways, and this is what I was trying to say as well, is you can be very clear in your conditioning and say you are allowed to build this plant on this property. And then they don't have to come back. Nobody has to come back. Nobody has to do anything else, but it is already conditioned upon only that plant being.
What if they fence the whole property? Then I have no idea if you would fence it all or not, but if they did, then that creates basically a property with something on it for the wildlife issue.
Then address that in your conditions right now, because the zoning doesn't change whether or not they can build a fence. That could be ag and they could build a 12-foot tall fence. So if your concern is what is the footprint for wildlife passage, then address it through a condition addressed to and describing what the actual concern is with the fencing. Industrial, residential, or whatnot, they can build whatever fence they want. But if your concern is fence, then approve it and say we approve this upon the condition that only this plant is built, that no additional industrial uses are being used on the 300 acres, and that there's a perimeter fence that's built with a certain radius around the property, and that perimeter fence is of a certain fashion. So then you're reducing the footprint and the blockage on the migration. And then you're not putting a property owner in a situation where they have to come back in and do anything different. And then you also don't have your IT person, our Greenwood Maps person that has to redo and update and everything else. They just have one color. It's the same color and it moves. It is what it is. And then you've solved your mule deer because you've described where the fence can be, and you've described how the fence can be, and you've limited the remaining 200 acres of the property, the usage of those 200 acres of the property. Those are the problems. That's the concerns. Am I understanding that correctly?
I'm not very smart.
Blend through the concern. I'm
correct.
Concerned.
But I guess so. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. So is the concern the actual footprint for?
So in my opinion only, and because I don't know what I don't know, We don't need to have 320 acres heavy industrial when we can suffice with 100. Right now, they don't really know. And I'm not bucking you moving in or anything like that. They go in and they pick whatever flipping 100 acres they want. And they build heavy industrial. At that point in time, the rest of it reverts back to ag. That's all I'm saying.
I'm hearing that concern.
Well, obviously, but I'm not getting the answer associated with it.
You are. I'm telling you.
No.
I'm telling you. So if you say
you're saying it needs to stay there, and if that's the answer,
no,
that's
I'm not
the
saying
answer.
that's not. I'm not saying it has to stay there. You have the ability to do that, but that creates problems down the line for a landowner and internally for mapping and everything else. So if you put a situation where in 2025 that is zoned heavy industrial, then you have where we're already paying a contractor with Green Road Maps to do certain things and we're doing updates and everything else. That's an update they have to do in that year. We have to make sure that Layla has the information, that everybody has the information. It creates minutia of work that has to be done.
That's just life, Clayton.
Okay,
That's just
if you
part of
want
how
to do
things
that,
work.
you're more than welcome to do that. The other thing I was going to highlight is that during the planning and zoning regulation update process, there has been significant concern brought up about the idea of having split zoning on parcels. Knowing that information and knowing that it creates minutia and knowing that you can condition this upon building that building and that building only, the concern of can they use it for another heavy industrial purpose? I'm suggesting that's not as, like, that's the problem that doesn't exist that's trying to be solved.
Okay.
Because if it goes back to ag, like, what's the point of it going back to ag? Are they actually going to use it for an ag purpose? Or is it simply
it prevents it from being heavy industrial in the future.
But the fact that it's limited to only building that plant also prevents it from being used for any other heavy industrial purpose.
I understand.
So, and I'm sorry, I'm just trying to make sure that we're on the same page. And then in terms of, is there a concern with the footprint for fencing and whether or not it's in the corridor?
That's part of it, yes.
So in that space, you could condition it on where the fence is to be placed as well.
Okay.
If that makes sense. So then, and I'm looking at the piece right here, and so you've got, instead of it being that wide of fully fenced, you could restrict it and say you can only fence this chunk.
Thank you.
Are we on the same page?
Good.
Okay. Any other questions?
No.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a pain with this. I'm just trying to make sure that you understand that it's not necessary to, you can get the same end result without creating additional minutia for the applicant and county staff.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further questions?
But I'd like to make a comment. I've been listening to all this. I call it. What is minutia, by the way?
That's the menu you didn't order off of last night. That's another type of pasta.
I guess I'll remind you.
Okay. So I'm just going to make a comment. So I've looked through this. I've read through their application. I sat in on the zoning meeting for this project. I know it's not the norm, but I came from an era where you looked at a guy in the face and you took his word and his handshake for what he did. And today you can't do that. But I believe this project has merit, and I don't want to constrict it to things that we don't know what we're constricting. I'm in favor of the zone change on the full acreage. Good question. at some point when that footprint, whatever it is decided, then my best guess is what we're concerned about right now is going to be alleviated because of the individuals involved and the product that they're hoping to bring out, and the economic benefits from not only the county, but from the local communities associated with it. I think if there'd have been a big concern with zoning, we'd have seen it. There wasn't. We've heard the discussion of zoning about those folks doing the legwork. My best guess is they've done a tremendous amount. I see the maps. I see the discussions. I have no issue with the complete zone change.
Bring a motion out.
I would make a motion to request this zone change for the district boundary from Blue Spruce be granted.
Is there a second?
We gotta have a finding in this.
There's 10 findings in
Yeah.
this. Gotta consider the 10 findings to make that zone change.
You
And
know, I
then-
have considered them more than one time.
And then also, would you guys be amendable to put the conditions that it's only for this project? Also that any border fence, there will be no border fencing. All fencing will be scaled down just to protect the crucial equipment of the actual project. Would you guys be amendable to that?
Whatever has to go in there to make the project go forward on. You put it in, Sam. I haven't found it all yet.
I have a question back here also, please.
Question on the helium for the trucking.
This is Andy with Blue Spruce Operating again. To go back to Mr. White's question, whether we'd be amenable to the fencing. For safety and security purposes, we would need to, and I believe also upon condition from the BLM, we would need to, industrial siting likely, we would need to fence the actual plant footprint. But currently there is no border fence around the rest of the parcel, nor would Blue Spruce Operating envision fencing that just for fun. If we did, it would be a 3-strand wildlife friendly fencing that we'd work with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department to come up with that design, but I don't envision spending the capital to do that. So we would be amenable to only fencing the plant site boundary.
Please. Andy, can you talk about the load out? Because this is a cryogenic. Once you load that out, right? How much of a plant would you have to build to change load out site on that and then transport the helium in a pipeline in a liquid form?
Yeah, that's a very complex question that would require a very significant design and scope change. Unfortunately, when we originally cited this project, we were much closer to Kelpet Highway just to try to minimize that truck traffic into the field. For reference about plant sizing and magnitude, the existing helium plant just south of Big Piney, our project would require about 2 of those. Then you get into transporting crude helium from the processing plant along that 10-mile corridor. You could incur helium losses because helium is a very small molecule that tries to escape no matter what you do. We would have engineering concerns that you'd actually incur helium losses getting out to the purification liquefaction plant if we were to site it out closer to the Dry Piney 189 intersection, for example. We have brainstormed about that. We have thought about it, but we have not spent the design dollars to actually look at that. And right now, just to be quite frank, that ship has sailed, and we kind of consider that ship has sailed once we decided to relocate the plant onto our southern parcel there, up and out of the crucial winter range. Because that's the other thing, then we would be taking a fairly sizable part of our 40 to 60 acres on the southern tract and then moving it out and creating a new non-co-loaded surface disturbance out on a different tract on our private property. I'm not sure what would be involved in siting a plant like that out on a state section or BLM. We've always just wanted to site this on our own private property, quite frankly.
What is your guys' loss on a truck transport and percentage from helium being so small?
Blue Spruce Operating sells the helium product at the tailgate of the plant, so we don't incur any losses. The customers transport the liquid refined helium as a liquid, obviously, in ISO containers that are nitrogen shielded. So once we load up, they have about 45 days or so before they start to incur exponential losses.
So there's no storage, so to speak. It comes right off the pipe.
Yeah, we have a nitrogen shielded container that we will pump the liquefied helium up to the roof into a storage container, and I'm talking storage for a day or two until the trucks get there and get loaded through gravity drainage into the container essentially, and then it's the customers goes into their distribution and logistics network from that point.
So if weather were bad, I mean, if that road was closed for 3 days for whatever reason, do you shut the plant down at that point, or do you?
We look to the existing Chute Creek facility that Exxon has run safely for 40 years, and the helium customers will essentially have a parking lot at the plant within the plant boundary as depicted here. We'll have enough storage trailers where we could incur, a week's worth of delays just for their logistics. So we wouldn't have to shut the plant in for weather. Yeah.
Okay.
Did I answer your question there?
Yeah, did you guys do any research on what your loss would be putting it in a pipeline a couple miles away? And then trying to reliquefy it?
We did not do that engineering study. I think anecdotally from the other project out there, we have heard that there were measurable losses, more than we would like to incur if we didn't have to.
What is the percentage of the helium you guys are estimating getting out of this?
We expect a 98.5% recovery factor from the raw gas stream at the tailgate of the plant. And then from there, it'll be purified to 5.9, so 99.999% pure, but a 98.5% recovery factor, I believe.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, Doug, do you mind if I rework your motion?
No, go right ahead.
All right. Mr. Chairman, having reviewed the findings in Chapter 8, Section 2 of our Planning and Zoning Regulations, I recommend that we approve the zoning change for Blue Spruce and changing 320 acres from A1 to heavy industrial with the legal description, Township 27 North, Range 114 West, Section 11, the northeast half and the southeast half, and Section 12, the south half of the northwest and the north half of the southwest. I would like to put a condition on this recommendation that fencing is scaled back to the footprint of the plant itself. Any border fencing that does come up will be wildlife friendly fencing. And the second condition, that this zoning change is tied to this project as presented today, and doesn't expand outside that project without coming back to this board for another approval.
I will second that.
Have a motion by Commissioner White and a second by Commissioner Bradley. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passed. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Up next, Clayton Melinkovich pertaining to contracts.
Oh, Mike, did you want this? Okay, so let me get to the mic, sorry. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, the only contract that we have right now that we're talking about is the update on the addendum to the transfer agreement for the purposes of memorializing the agreement between the county and the hospital district. I've actually been trading emails with Ms. Muller during the day today to finalize a couple of pieces to that. And I sent you all a clean copy of that document. It was yesterday or first thing this morning. I can't remember. No, I think it was yesterday. Let me get it pulled up. Just had it open. So the question on that is, and I'm going to have to print it because we have updates from when I printed it last. All provisions remain the same. County still has access to helipad. Title 25 rooms are still in effect. The Failer property in its entirety, including the building and the remaining of the vacant areas of that same parcel, are to be transferred. County splits title insurance policy costs. The only thing that has come up, and I emailed you all about this on yesterday, was a parameter on what potential rent for the current space public health is in would look like in the event that they remain in that space longer than 2 years from now. And they have requested that rent amount be $2,500. So those are the provisions, those are the pieces, and if you would like, I can print it out. I can print out new copies right now, and you all can read them through, but that's the extent of the agreement. It memorializes the agreement you guys had at that special meeting. So any questions about those provisions that I just mentioned?
So, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
So Clayton, I'm good with the $2,500 rent after 2 years. I feel that's okay. Keeps us motivated to get something done and or work something out. The question I have, is there a way to build into there and clean up the issue that was brought before us earlier today as far as rent? Say this does close and transfer on the 19th. They take their portion of that rent up to the 19th, and then we take it afterwards. Is there an appendix that we could work in there as far as the current renters of that facility on this property?
Yes, and Mr. Chairman and Commissioner White, thank you for that question. That's the other piece. The piece that's the holdup at this point is finalizing the title policy on the property. As I understand it, it is being requested it was either requested yesterday or today, or will soon be requested. That usually takes about 3 weeks to get that title policy written. So Ms. Muller had suggested that we just do that closing, for lack of a better term, on or before the 1st of August. And then that's a clean date. Then proactive folks know that they pay their rent to the hospital district for the month of July. Month of August, they start paying to the county, and then there's no questions there. That was the other addition. So thank you for asking that. So I was trying to connect to the printer while mentioning that, and I just didn't quite get that piece out.
Mr. Chairman, I'm good with that.
Thank you.
So I just need to be able to get this printed, and the planning and zoning server is offline. So I'll have to print it, but that's the only contract that we have today. And so what I'll do is I'll print a few copies. You guys can review it, and then you can vote on it. And you can go on to old business while I'm printing it. Unless anybody has other questions on that. Okay. I will step next door and get this printed, and when I get back, I'll hand it to you guys. You guys can review.
Thank you.
Okay.
Jeness Sexton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be as brief as possible. Just an administrator update. I attended the Rock Springs RMP Cooperating Agency meeting on June 18th, and then the Select Federal Natural Resource Management Committee meeting on June 19th. They told us at the Cooperating Agency meeting that there were a number of people who wanted to be invited, but were not allowed because it was cooperators only. And so bear in mind that there are things that were said there that are not public. And so I can't give you all the details of the discussion that we had there in this setting, but I can share with you the majority of what was, the majority of what was said without the fine details and what was presented the next day in the Select Federal Natural Resources Committee meeting that was here in Pinedale. Essentially, the Rock Springs Resource Management Plan Record of Decision was signed December 20th, 2024, and it continues to be in full force and effect. Of course, we've had a couple of presidential orders and presidential executive orders and secretarial orders that have caused the BLM to need to reassess land use limitations that may unnecessarily restrict domestic energy and mineral development. They reiterated that the RMP, as signed in the record of decision, has not prohibited permitting, and they even say that they've permitted 27 APDs to date, and that they're on track to do 50 this year, which is more than usual. So that was an unexpected turn in that discussion. They also reiterated that all valid existing rights were carried forward. And then they talked a little bit about the process of the potential environmental assessment. They will have a 30-day scoping period with at least one public meeting. I suspect there will be more, but they committed to at least one. They said they will be analyzing reasonably foreseeable development, locatable and saleable minerals, and special designations to evaluate how management affects the mineral development. They reiterated that the executive order doesn't change the ROD, it just requires a new look at the management practices. So that is, in a nutshell, what happened there. Do you have any questions about that discussion?
If not.
Okay. I also attended the virtual Wyoming Business Council BRC rule changes meeting on June 16th. And that is, you have recently talked about some economic development potential opportunities. Those rules are being overhauled for all practical purposes. They have, their proposal is to get completely rid of the existing rules and amend those. And they have said that Wyoming's economy is in decline. They essentially feel that they're not targeting the barriers in communities. You heard the term barriers many times when they presented to us. They feel that part of that problem was their rules, and so they're overhauling those rules. There is a comment period on those rules. They're due July 27th, and I can either tell you kind of a high arching level of what they're planning to change, which is virtually everything, or I can send you an email with some bullet points that they have presented if you would like, whichever you'd prefer.
Sure. Email's fine.
Email? Okay. The grandfathered scholarship applicants have turned in their paperwork, and so in your next AP, when the next budget is approved, assuming that gets approved, those scholarships will be presented to you by voucher in that AP. And there are some rule changes coming forward from the Wyoming State Forester. I have not been involved in much discussion on that yet. I know those comments are due August 11th. I believe Sublette County, I will be working with Shad to discuss the impacts of those rules, and with your permission, I will make comments on the Rock Springs RMP, the BRC rules, and the Wyoming State Forester rules. That's it.
Good.
All right.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Monthly reports. We have, thank you. Payroll in the amount of $1,263,192.22. No, we did accounts payable.
Oh, we submitted payroll.
Just a liability.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve payroll in the amount of $1,263,192.22.
We have a motion by Commissioner White. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Bradley. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passed. We have catering permits.
I have one catering permit for WPR Acquisitions LLC at White Pine Resort at the Jackson Fork Ranch.
Yeah, the Captain Jackson.
Yeah. So I have a motion to approve one alcohol permit for WPRC Acquisitions at Jackson Fork Ranch.
I'll second it. Oh, sorry. Got it.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I have two surety bonds. The first one for Clayton Olson, Sublette County School District Number 1, the amount of $25,000, and one for Gregory Ward, $250,000, School District Number 1. Make a motion to approve these.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay.
You in here, Layla?
Up next, Layla.
Very small.
It's very small.
Very small. We have an NOVC for Hill Court for tax year 2023 for an assessed value of $852, a tax amount of $51.51.
Seems some companies have these more often. Yes, let's see.
That one they filed on their own initiative, probably because they're getting money back. I don't know.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the NOVC presented by the assessor for Hillcorp Energy Company in the amount of negative $51.51. Is that correct?
You have a motion. Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passed. Thank you. Thank you. Anything from the treasurer, Emily Parvasini? Any old business? Open for public comment online? Public comment from here? Do we need to wait for Clayton to get back? Or can we go ahead and adjourn?
Oh, we need to wait for Clayton to get back, just have that vote on a record. So we take a couple minute break.
Consider fire balance. We've had 3 fires that I'm aware of. There's going to be more. Will it make a difference if we put a fire ban? Probably not in reality, but it might make somebody think about doing something. When we got lucky down there in Lora, I think there's awfully substantial forces attacked that are under control. If they haven't been here, heavens knows where that might go. We had another one out at the racetrack. It got stopped pretty quickly. I think it's just time until we get some significant moisture. Careful we can do that by putting it. I don't like it, but I think it's necessary evil. I know historically, I think we followed the Forest Service field in, but there's a lot more to Forest Service. Not there. I think we need to take the lead. I haven't heard from any of those folks out there. They're concerned.
I did ask them this morning. I did ask the Forest Service this morning about it, and she said they have a meeting today to not start that process, but get the hands around how dry things really are.
Yeah, I can tell you how dry things really are. I don't have to put my hands on. I get dirt and seed wherever I go. So I think it's time. The county can take the initiative and those folks can follow if they would like. And I appreciate it. I think it's just time. It's from one end to the other. I talked to some people down south this morning and they say, you guys are lucky to go to your own right. But the further south you go, the worse it becomes. And it's bad here. I'm not saying like this for years out there. I've seen some dry country. It's everywhere. Creeks are drying up. Rivers going to be non-existent come another month from now. And if we don't get a significant moisture with the 4th of July coming up, on the boot coming up, general summertime events, it could get critical. And if these things jump out in 2, 3, 4, 5 of them at a time, it's Sublette County will be toast. I think it's advantageous to the community as a whole to initiate a fire ban here in Sublette.
Thank you. Any discussion on the board pertaining to a fire ban?
I don't disagree. I'd just like to have something written that we're looking at of what that fire ban entails, because
well, I agree with that, Sam, but something needs to be done. We can't put it off.
Oh, I agree.
I drive along these county roads, are the ones that I do, and I'm telling you, a flip of a cigarette. There's a lot of that going on. We've just been lucky here locally, and the luck's going to run out. And I agree with that, but it needs to occur sooner rather than later. Just,
Is there any comment online pertaining to a fire ban? Of course.
Just as a reminder, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, the county's authority to initiate a fire ban is conditioned upon that recommendation coming from your fire warden. So you can't do it in and of yourself.
I'll tell you what, he has been here, had opportunities, has not showed up, hasn't given us an update. We need to take control of this situation, Clayton. Where is he today? I don't know. If he would be here, hey, I'd recommend him. But he is not, and I'm not willing to put most of this country at risk because we're waiting for somebody to come and recommend that works for us. I'm sorry. That's how I feel.
That's a completely valid feeling, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Vickery. In my neighborhood, Sunday afternoon, we had a cigarette-induced fire in the neighborhood, and I responded to it as a volunteer fire department firefighter, and we addressed it and took care of it. So believe me, your concern is not lost on me. We had this conversation last year in October, and I sent out an email to all of you. I just pulled it up. October, I can forward it all back to you. That requirement, you have to have your fire warden recommend it. And as a reminder of how this came up last year, when this conversation came up, they have a coordinating meeting every week where all of those entities are talking together to make sure everyone's on the same page with when fire bans go into effect. We did one in 2021 or 2022, and we set it up. We mirrored the same language that was coming from the Forest Service partners and BLM partners. I'm not saying that it's not dry. Please don't misunderstand me. I'm just reminding you that as a commission in and of itself, your authority in this one has to come upon the recommendation from the fire warden. And I'm not speaking for him, but I would anticipate, since I've spoken to him recently about it, I'm anticipating that he would say, yes, we have talked to our fire partners, and our fire partners are not ready to do that.
Yeah. Their fire partners are in the mountains. We're down here in the flat. If you take a tour up in the hills, it's dry there, but it's nothing like it is down here. There's still a little bit of water running in some of those streams up there, Clayton. That's not going to happen much longer.
I'm sure that if you wanted to call Shad right now or Chief Cooper, he'd come over here and have a conversation with you about it right now.
Okay. Get his butt in there because I'm ready for it.
Call him up.
I'm not going to call him up. He knows where we live.
So who gave him the authority?
The statutes. He's the fire warden. He's been appointed.
The county or the state or what?
He's your county fire warden. He's been appointed by you. He is the county fire warden.
That's what I'm saying. He's been appointed by us, but can any of those rules be changed?
It's by statute. It's by statute. It's that you have the authority in Sublette County upon the recommendation of your fire warden. Then you can do it.
See, here's what's going to happen. They're going to have a meeting. We're going to see 2 weeks from now, there'll be a recommendation. And then 2 weeks from now, who knows what could happen. We're going through the 4th, we're going through the rendezvous. We're going through just more dry wind and more dry country and no rain inside. I'm telling you, 2 weeks could be critical. So you get Mr. Cooper in here and we will authorize it through his okay, and we'll get something out there.
Again, I'm not trying to speak for him.
He's on his way.
I see ML right there. Okay. I was just about to say, I'm sure you're going to walk in the door any second now, because I don't want to be speaking for him. I just want to remind you that we had this conversation last year and just give you an update of where that is.
Well, you don't have to give me an update how dry it is.
Oh, I know. Like I told you, my neighborhood was on fire on Sunday from a cigarette. Believe me.
It wasn't your cigarette.
It wasn't. It was my neighbor's cigarette.
The one digging in the backyard?
What's that? They don't live there.
Yeah. I'm going to check it out.
So, Mr. Chairman, while we're waiting for that, I move that we approve the public health space addendum to transfer agreement between Sublette County and the hospital district presented by Clayton.
Have a motion pertaining to the public health space addendum and transfer agreement, Sublette County Hospital District. Second by Commissioner Bradley. All in favor? Discussion?
Just put it on the record. I'm not happy with the 2,500. We give you the whole Aspen Grove for $10 a year. Okay, and we tried to work together. Get $2,500 for the things we've done for you. We took in probably 200 loads of trash while you was building the hospital. Didn't charge you a penny. Just go down the record at $2,500. I'm not happy with it. Oh, of course.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
that was just added very, very recently by our attorney, I think, just to protect us. I think if it comes down to you're looking at that 2-year timeframe, I think that would be open for negotiation.
Well, I just think,
with our board.
I mean, I hope you would agree with me, if on the county's part, right? You agree or disagree?
I agree that we have a great collaboration.
Okay, but I'm just saying, that seems a little, I mean, with the building and such, and put up with over there, I feel like the 2,500 is a little out of line, so I just wanted that to be on there. I don't know if anybody else agrees.
I suspect that she pulled a number that had to do with current market value and stuck it in for the sake of having something in the agreement, but I suspect our board would be open to negotiating that, should we get to that point in time that we need to discuss.
All right.
Any further discussion?
I wouldn't want to go along with Stephen's thoughts too. I would object to the 2,500 whenever the time happens.
Well, the time is happening today. Once this is signed, it becomes part of the document moving forward. At that point in time, 2 years down the road, if it's that we're at the mercy of whoever is the spokesperson for the district at that point in time, and they can certainly say no at that point in time. That's the appropriate option, yes. Further conversation. What's the income per month on Aspen Grove, please?
I do not have that information at my disposal right this moment, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, I can find that out.
I think approximately 13,000 a month off the top of my head. To be honest with you, I would have to say that Commissioner Stevens and Commissioner Vickery has a valid point. If there's parity, there needs to be parity. We've turned that building over for how much a year? $10 a year, and you reap the benefit, and then we're going to turn around and take your building and then pay you to rent it. I would have to agree with the other two commissioners.
Well, as I mentioned, this was just very recently.
No, absolutely. I'm not arguing that at all with you. It's just the nature of a business transaction. You can receive from us, and that's where we're at. So is it appropriate, Clayton, for us to just draw a line through and make that 0 and initial it, or does it go back to the for editing?
You can do that, or I could just reprint it here in a little bit and have you sign it.
Okay.
So what was it? I mean, we need a deadline to get out of there in my mind.
Correct.
Can I chime in on this for just a second? And here's where I want to make sure that we're all on the same page. So yes, this is a product of attorneys talking about this because there's a concern from both directions. My concern is without a cap on what that rent looks like, if we're in a situation where we don't have a place to go and we're sitting there and we need to start paying rent, and this paragraph says we will then negotiate with the hospital district about what that looks like, they could then say, sweet, 25 grand a month. And so I wanted a cap. I wanted a number out there. And yes, I asked for the number. She produced a number. I don't see this as the hospital district. I can't speak to the number. I just asked for a cap. And I'm not trying to throw Lena under the bus or anything, but please understand this is attorneys working in the back to protect their clients. And so as Tanya's saying here, this can still be negotiated, but we have a number, we know what the top is. That's the point. So it does say 25, and that was where we were at 2,500.
And Ms. Hoffman is telling you right now, when the time comes, if you guys want to try and work something else, it's a conversation that can be had. So I can write this up however you would like it. I wanted a number so that there was something out there so that you all knew what that looked like in the event that we're here in 2 years, still in that space.
Right, then it can match our current rent at $10 a year.
And if that's where you want to be with it, I can update the agreement to say that. And so that would be 80 cents. That would be 80 cents a month.
Do we get a discount for paying a year in advance?
I can put that in there if you would like.
Thank you.
But I think our whole intention though is, you know, we're not trying to leave we're going to find public health a home before 2 years, right?
I would certainly hope we find it in much shorter time.
And so, yeah, I don't see this being an issue or a deal killer, but that's just me speaking because, you know, like everybody said, I'm sure we can go to the table and negotiate what that number is. We know it can't go over this number, but also with the revenue off of Aspen Grove, you know, I don't think we ever got revenue off of that when we ran it. We was always subsidizing that operation.
To the center.
So the revenue coming in, I don't know if we can justify saying that, yeah, that makes $12,000 a month because it doesn't.
But of course it does, and they reap the benefit of that.
How come we always had to subsidize it when the county was running it?
That was a different arrangement with the Sublette Center.
They always took the income. But we were still paying for maintenance and everything else.
I still don't have an issue with it. I mean, it's 2 years away and we're gonna get
We need to have a goal to get out of there or own it or whatever, because they may need it for their future plans.
Absolutely.
And us sitting there getting it for $10.
I'd like to be,
That doesn't help anybody.
I'd like to be out of there
Strive to
next
help 'em.
month. Absolutely would. But it's not gonna happen.
Okay. Well, I'm content with it how it is, and let's be out of there before it even comes to question.
Okay.
I'm not changing my stance on it. I don't think one Sublette county taxpayer supported entity should be renting something for the other, from the other. Doesn't make sense to me. Tax supported. It just doesn't feel right like that. That's just me. And I'm not gonna support it at 2,500. It's not.
Okay. Okay, $10 a year, $10 a month, it doesn't matter.
Okay, I will update this and I can send it over with that update with your signature, and then their board, you guys meet tomorrow?
We are meeting tomorrow. It's a special meeting, so I would have to hurry and get this on the agenda. I didn't have it on, but
Okay, no,
we
it's,
can handle it within the next week or so.
okay, I guess from procedure, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Hoffman, I don't know if you guys want me to have this signed today, or if you want to just take that number back to your board and then make sure we're all on the same page, or how you would like. You want a signature today?
No, I don't think that we need a signature today. I absolutely think if we can be finished with this by the August 1st date that you talked about earlier, I think we're comfortable with that. So.
Okay, so we can.
A little bit of time.
Okay, so no signatures today. I will relay this information to Lena, and you all will get back to us.
Absolutely.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So do I withdraw my motion?
If you guys
How
want
does
to
that,
vote
how
or
does
not.
that work?
You guys have a motion. Is there a second?
There's a
So
second.
there's already been a second.
So you guys can
Vote and let it fail.
You guys can vote, or with both the person who motioned it and seconded it. If you both want to pull it, you can pull it. Or you can vote on it and have it fail.
I call the vote.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion on the table, seconded by Commissioner Bradley?
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. Shad, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon. The topic at hand pertains to a fire ban. And according to the county attorney, that if that step were to be taken, it has to be offered at the advice of the fire warden before the board can take any steps one way or the other. So you have been called over to identify if a fire ban's in place, and if not, why so?
Commissioners, this has come up before. We've addressed this, and I've always taken the stance that we should not put fire restrictions in place based on a knee-jerk reaction. If there's agriculture burning and a farmer or rancher has a ranch fire get away and the fire department responds, I don't think you want me coming to you every time there's a wildland fire and saying that we need to put fire restrictions in place. So instead, I've always taken the position that when we recommend fire restrictions, it would be based on repeatable, scientifically validated indices, including fuel moisture content, drought indicators, drought weather monitors, fire danger rating systems, number of new starts, availability of firefighting resources in the area, national fire severity indices that indicate the need for fire restrictions. So my position has always been that when those indices, those threshold values have been met, I will make recommendation to this Board of Commissioners that it's time to consider fire restrictions. Now, the other part of the recommendation for fire restrictions is I also believe it's important for public messaging that when I do make fire restriction recommendations, that it shouldn't matter what side of the fence you're on. If you're on one side of the fence of the BLM and the other side of the fence is the Forest Service and the other side of the fence is county jurisdiction, it should be the same fire restrictions. And so we try very hard amongst the firefighting community to coordinate on a weekly basis with our state and federal partners to discuss the need for fire restrictions. We had a meeting this morning, actually. Those conversations are premature at this point. We're just now starting fire season, and we have not met the threshold values that I've indicated. So as such, I do not feel comfortable sitting in front of the commissioners and suggesting that we should go into fire restrictions, because the science doesn't back the decision. And then furthermore, if we did do fire restrictions, it would only apply in a small geographic area, because our federal partners would not go into fire restrictions. So it would be contradictory information depending on what side of the fence you're on. So there hasn't been the opportunity to coordinate with our state and federal partners to go into a joint decision to implement fire restrictions in Sublette County. So that being the case, I cannot sit in front of the board right now and recommend fire restrictions. Now, what I can assure you is that I am monitoring the situation very closely. I get weekly emails. We have weekly coordination calls. And if and when the threshold values that can be scientifically validated and repeatable are exceeded, I will make that recommendation. And then again, I'll make the recommendation in conjunction with our state and federal partners as well. But no, we're not to the point where I can pass a red-face test and stand in front of the commissioners and make that recommendation at this point.
How far along are we in that regard, if you were to put a percentage on it?
So, had I known this was on the agenda, I would have been better prepared and I could bring the paperwork with me. But from memory, last week I saw the email from the BLM on the fine dead fuel moisture contents. And again, I'm citing from memory. It seems to me the sagebrush is about 120% in the fine dead fuel moisture content. For fire behavior, which fine dead fuel moisture is one of many indices that we examine. But from fire behavior in grass and sage, about 120% is about the cure point where fire will carry in grass and sage, as was evidenced in the fire on Friday last week. with wind behind it. And there was 35-mile-an-hour sustained winds that was pushing that fire through that fuel. So to answer your question, the BLM's measuring about 120%, which is on the cusp of transitioning from being receptive to fire from currently being moderately receptive to fire. In other words, it'll be more, the fuel's ready to burn at about somewhere between 120 to 100% is when it gets down below 100%, then it's very receptive and ready to burn. But that being one of the conditions, there's additional conditions, and this is only in the fine dead fuel that I'm talking about. There's also 1 hour, 10 hour, 1,000 hour, 10,000 hour fuels that we also measure. This week, I think it was this morning, I seen an email from the Forest Service. They also measured the fuel moisture content in the 1,000 hours and the 10,000 hour fuels. They're experiencing drought conditions right now, and so the trees are more susceptible to burn right now, as evidenced by the horse fire. So the heavy fuels are burning, but what's happening is when the heavy fuels burn, they're not continuing to burn, because when they need the intermediary fuel between the brush and the sage in order to carry the fire. So right now what's happening is the heavy fuels, the trees are carrying the fire, but the intermediary brush is not carrying the fire. It's actually one of the problems with control that the fire management team is struggling with on the horse fire right now, is there's genuinely fire or smoke, snow on the ground right now, because there's still remaining drifts on the ground on the north facing aspects. And so why that's a problem is because one of the tools we use to control fire is to remove the fuel by doing burnout operations. Well, they can't remove the fuel on the horse fire right now because the fire won't sustain. It won't burn because they're trying to burn through snow right now. So what that means is they have uncontrolled line on the north facing aspects, which is the majority of the horse fire right now. So they're struggling to either achieve 100% mop up or achieve a clean control perimeter burn. And right now that's one of the reasons why the horse fire has presented difficulty and challenges to them, is because of the fuel moisture content on the north aspect and the remainder of the snow. So does that make sense? Is that the trees are carrying the fire, but the ground fuels are not carrying the fire on the north aspect. So the summary of what I'm trying to get to is that the weekly emails that I've seen from our federal partners indicate that depending on the fuel, some fuels are more receptive than other to burn, but we're not in any critical fuel conditions right now that would warrant fire restrictions. Furthermore, we don't see any sustained red flag warning, which is there's three things that drive fire. There's fuel, weather, and topography. So the fuel components are not in a position where we're ready to put in fire restrictions. The weather is also not in a position where we're ready to put in fire restrictions. We have had a few red flag warnings this year. There was actually a red flag warning last week on Friday during the fire. But they're not sustained multiple day events of red flag warnings that would indicate the need to consider fuel or fire restrictions. And again, weather is one of many conditions that we consider. The other thing that we look at right now, or look at nationwide and local and regional level, is the availability of firefighters. And right now we're in a PL3, planning level 3, which indicates that most local resources are available for immediate response initial attack, and they haven't been drawn into other large fires. So they're on a scale from 1 being no fire activity to 5 being all fire resources are engaged and are unavailable for response. Right now, we're right in the middle of the pack. When we get to PL4, which is moderate and fire intensity level, that would be one of the indicators that tells me that if I call and ask for help, that the help may or may not be available. When we get to PL5, that's when I know that more likely than not, I'm going to have initial attack assistance available, but for long duration incident management team and some of the 2-week-long commitment fire resources, they're likely not going to be available, depending on the severity of the fire. But usually, small incidents that we generally have, they're probably not going to be available to PL5. Right now, we're only in appeal 3, which tells me that there's a lot of resources available, and when we need them, they're going to be here to help us out. As again was evidenced during the fire on Friday night, we called and asked for everything, and we got everything we asked for. We had 4 helicopters in the air at one time. We had 4 seats. 2 of them came out of Casper. 2 of them came out of Worland. We had an Aerotech platform that came out of Riverton. No, I'm sorry, that came out of Casper. And then we had 2 I'm sorry, I'm using acronyms. Seats are single engine air tankers. They load and return a couple hundred gallons of retardant. And then we had 2 LATs, large air tankers. They carry a couple thousand gallons of retardant. But the point that I'm making is that when we requested assistance, that assistance was there and available. And that's one of the key indices that we look at, is whether or not fire resources are available when we make restrictions. So the summary of everything that I'm trying to say is that when the indices indicate that it's time to make a recommendation to go under fire restrictions, I'll be the first one in front of you to make that recommendation. That's a big part of my job, and I spend a tremendous amount of my time watching those indices. But the other thing is I'm not going to stand in front of you and make a knee-jerk reaction and say that we've had a fire last week and therefore we should go to fire restrictions, because we go to fires every day, and I don't come in front of you and say that we should have fire restrictions every time we have a fire. So I try very hard to have scientifically validated information to bring before you that we can fall back on too, because the fire restrictions do have an impact to the local economy and to the community. And so when I do make fire restrictions, it won't be because I'm not the boy that's crying wolf. It won't be because I'm crying false. It'll be because there's genuinely concerns, and it's more than just me concerned. It's also a state and federal partners. So that all being said, I'm not in a position right now where I'm ready to sit in front of the commissioners and make that recommendation. Now that could change, and it may change quickly. But I'll be the first to assure you that when those indices do change, I'll be in front of you and make that recommendation. The last thing I want to close on is, just because I haven't made the recommendation that we should go into fire restriction, that doesn't mean we're not going to have fires. We're certainly going to have fires. We had a fire yesterday. I mean, we've had multiple fires over the weekend, but that's what you have a fire department for. We respond to these fires, we put them out. That's our job. It's something we monitor very closely. We're going to continue to have fires. And then the last, I keep saying the last thing, but just because we've put in fire restrictions doesn't mean that we're going to stop fires. The majority of the fires we have in Sublette County are lightning caused fires. So I can't stand in front of you and say that by putting fire restrictions in, we're suddenly going to turn the faucet off and there's not going to be any more fires. That's just not the case. Now, there's certainly going to be some human caused fires, and a lot of those human caused fires are going to be from unattended camping ground fires, but that's not in areas that are going to be impacted by fire restrictions from the county anyway. That'll be in areas that are impacted by the Forest Service and the BLM campgrounds. That's not something that we would impact by doing fire restrictions at a county level anyways. So it's just not in our best interest, in my opinion, to go into fire restrictions unilaterally. So that's the summary of the information. I'm happy to stand for questions.
Great, thank you for that information.
I'd like to respond. So being proactive rather than reactive, in my opinion, is a better thing to do, especially like what we are here right now. So if there's something out there that says to my neighbor, hey, we're in a fire restriction, would you please not burn your garbage can so someone can tip it over and away it goes, like it did down there. So if you think that the gentleman that lost his house down there didn't think that place down there could burn, talk to him and see. He'll guarantee you that it burned. So what I'm saying is, your indices, understand that. But I also understand what dry is wherever we go in the county. I understand that the community at Big Piney-Marbleton, folks in Monterey, what they say is, geez, how come we're not doing something? And that's a good question, because I couldn't answer that. And I said, I will bring it to this commission and see if we can't get something initiated. We need something initiated. I don't care what it takes for the BLM and the Forest Service to jump out there and say, well, we're not quite ready. Well, of course you're not quite ready. You go into the forest today and it's not nearly as dry as it is down there, but it's going to be. And the springs and the streams that are up there that normally would be running are almost zero. That tells me there's no groundwater showing up to bring that up there. Go to the rim and look at beaver creeks. Normally, the years that I've been here, which is quite a while, That river, that creek has never not run this time of the year under the highway. Today, it's zero, nothing. The upper country that normally would have snowbanks left in it by the middle part to the latter part of July has been gone for a month. So you cannot tell me what the indices are. It doesn't say we can't have a catastrophic fire. And I don't care if it's up there or if it's down here, the backyard of somebody's house. If there's a situation that would dictate, let's get some information out there right now is it. I don't believe that it's, let's wait before we have a fire to make something happen. Let's try to curtail that before it happens. And you can do that with information. And if we put something out there that says, folks, we're gonna, until we get a weather change, we're gonna put a fire restriction on Sublette County within the confines that we can do. And in my mind, that's just being a good steward for the community. We're not gonna, or I'm not going to, wait around and let the BLM and the Forest Service, or shouldn't dictate what's the best for this community when it's so dry. We're a tinderbox, and it matters not where you go. We're a tinderbox. Something needs to occur, and it needs to be taken from right here, and let's go for it and get it done, whatever has to get done. I don't care if you have to put pressure on Forest Service or BLM, do so, but let's make some decisions that will keep the impact of fires less than what they are going to be, because they are going to be, no doubt about it. And if you get information to somebody, maybe that person will have an impact on me and Mac, for instance. Say, hey, Mac, you had to not be using your outdoor grill today, or something, just anything that puts a thought process up here that says maybe it's not a good idea to start a fire today because maybe it won't make a difference. You're absolutely right in one regard. It doesn't matter. People are probably going to do what they're going to do, but there might be an instance where somebody has had an impact that says, hey, maybe we had not do that now. Let's wait till next week, the next month or something, to get a little moisture, anything to curtail what we're looking at today. I'm telling you, never in all my years here seen it as dry as it is today. I've been here for a long time. So regardless what the indices are, this country dry and it's just waiting to explode. And it will. And when it does, I don't care how much help you've got, you're not going to be able to get this thing under control. Like taking proactive approach rather than reactive. That's my take on it. I'm done with it. If there's nobody wants to take the initiative and try to get something done, that's fine. I just don't have to be one of those. I think we better start to do something rather than nothing. Just me. But I do appreciate you coming in. I do appreciate what you just put forth on there. And I appreciate it. The sticky situation you're in from trying to satisfy your particular need and having to get along with the private or federal function. So it can't be easy. But in reality, this is the community that you're serving. Not serving the federal people, serving this community. That's where the first line of defense in this fire thing should be, is for the community. And now I am.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
If Commissioner Vickery disagrees with the indices and the threshold values that the nationally accepted best practices recommend and that we have been following traditionally to this point, what alternative threshold values would you rather put in place to determine when to put in fire restrictions and they're repeatable? Measurable.
You know, what I'm saying is this, Mr. Cooper. I'm not a professional. I know if I light a match and drop it in dry ground and I sit there and watch it go and the wind picks it up and blows. Not good. That I know. There's a lot of things I don't know. There's a lot of things I do know. I know when it's dry, it is dry. And if there's any way that we can get the word out to the people that please be responsible, don't have open fires. If you're gonna have a campfire, be certain the rocks are high or mounted around it. 4th of July and rendezvous weekends are coming up. People are gonna be out there and be doing their thing. It's just all there is to it. Maybe just one time. It only takes one time for somebody to say, hey, don't do that. There's fire restrictions. I've lived through 2 or 3 of them, and they're not pleasant to see the aftermath of it. I know that. But once again, I'm going to reiterate, being proactive a heck of a lot better than being reactive. And if there's something we can do on the county level from the county's standpoint, I think we should do it. That's just me.
Mr. Chairman?
Please.
So, I think fire restrictions can be effective. But I think what's more effective is a good public information campaign to get the word out to the people, just how dangerous it is and how dry it is. We've actually already started that. We've put messages out on our Facebook page and other media to get the word out to people. So we're being proactive in that way. We're trying to get the message out about how dry it is and how close it is to these kind of things being implemented. But I agree with the chief. If we unilaterally impose fire restrictions, it's only in Sublette County and it's only on private land and county land. And the biggest threat is in the forest and out on the BLM land. And those restrictions we put in place don't mean anything on the BLM land, and they don't mean anything on the Forest Service land. And that's why we work cooperatively to implement this kind of stuff. So we'll do whatever you tell us to do, but I think we ought to do things that are going to be as effective as possible. And I really like the public information campaigns as much as fire restrictions.
So if one were gonna put those signs up, you see those flashing signs, elk on the road next 15 miles. What could you say? You can't say, you just say it's dry, be careful, or
be careful with fire.
There ought to be one of those at every road coming in.
Yeah.
189, 191, both ends.
Yeah, things like that are just as effective or more effective than implementing fire restrictions. Because you got to get that word out too, through the same media sources that we're using for our public information campaign.
Any further conversation, please?
Well, I just know, 2 weeks ago, the ranger from Big Piney was here, and he stressed how much drier it is now than a normal year. He did say that at a meeting, that, things are dry as ahead of time. So that's the only thing I'm going professionally.
If you're having these meetings weekly or whatever, I mean, if the red sign comes, can we have an emergency meeting to get the ball rolling? I mean, you wait another week, have a meeting, and then it's another week before, if things change fast, in my mind, we need an emergency meeting to get things changing fast.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Bradley. Yeah, we have certainly done emergency commission meetings in the past and implemented fire restrictions. It's a tool that we've used in the past and something I'd be willing to do again if it was necessary.
So last fall when we went through this in October and then it rained and it snowed the next day, but we'd come up with some plans short of implementing this. What were we going to do at that point? We were going to get ball rolling some way or another, but I don't remember just what the conversation was.
I don't remember either, Matt.
I don't know. It's dry and the phone calls are coming. Why the hell aren't you doing something?
Be able to proactively offer more cautionary signs, cautionary messages to the general public. I recognize the position that you stated you're in, and I certainly recognize Commissioner Vickery's and Commissioner Bradley's. Is there some interim steps that we can do to help remind people of the dire consequences we're facing?
Mr. Chairman, as Deputy Chief Claudianos had mentioned, we're putting information on our Facebook page. So I guess in lieu of that, what resources do the commissioners have at your disposal to provide public information? Is there a public affairs officer, a public information officer? Is there some resource that you have that maybe would be better suited to provide public information?
Thank you.
It's not something the fire department is generally able to provide. I mean, we have a social media page that is not, it's not popular. I mean, we just give minor updates on, it's not the primary intent. So
sure.
I'm sure there's better avenues, but it's not through the fire department.
I think got a couple of radio stations here, that we talk to them, ask for the cooperation. They probably mention it occasionally, I don't think they would object, they're doing that for us. They do public announcements, so I don't know. I would hope we had some outlets so we could, in case it was an emergency, how's it get out, so.
Okay. Well, we can certainly send an email to the radio stations and see what
the sheriff's office website is pretty well used. I think it ought to come across their website. And I don't know if YDOT has all those signs or if the county owns some signs, but they ought to be. They ought to be along the road. Ought to get them put out somewhere.
Billy's in charge of those, I would think.
Emergency
Thank you.
Emergency management.
Okay. Any other places?
Newspapers.
Scary. They might use that as fire starter.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Any other items that need to be discussed?
Tom, you mad at me? Are
Can
you
you say
mad
that
at me?
again? No, not at all.
Well, give us a little hospital update.
Sure, what do you want to know?
Well, I don't know anything, so anything you tell me will be news.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, whole section's done, or are you gonna put grass outside, or are you gonna leave dirt, or?
That's a good question. And let me just back up. I'm not mad at you at all. You have to understand, our board hasn't even seen the agreement that you've seen today.
Oh, I know.
I just made it through the attorneys. They did their thing. And so I just barely got a copy of it last night. It hasn't even seen it. So if you're unhappy with the numbers, then, again, work with Mr. Melinkovich from your side and we'll consider anything that you want to throw at us. I think it was just the intent was to try to meet that 2-year timeline for all parties. So hospital update, yes, substantial completion for the long-term care was on Friday. Actually, we did get the inspector there on Tuesday last week. He along with the state Office of Health and Life Safety issued a provisional license, which is huge for us. That means that we can take that next step to obtain our DEA license, which is critical in our opening. That is the piece that we have been working at because that allows us to administer drugs. That's a key component of opening the door to the hospital. So that has all been submitted. We're awaiting our DEA license. Our opening is holding at August 4th. They're just finishing up some last minute items over there aside from completion. They are still working on landscape. Substantial completion doesn't mean everything's completely done. Closure, ready to go. It means that all of the items that are inspection required are ready to go. So there's still some work being done. And yes, we're hydro seeding, so there should be some blades of grass that will be coming in by open date. I think the majority of the landscaping is done. It's a beautiful facility. Our staff are starting to move into the hospital site and get comfortable, making sure equipment is all in place. Learning, testing on all of the medical equipment, imaging equipment, that sort of thing. They're doing all of their trainings, testings, and just general preparation for opening date on August 4th. So lots of great work and
So I have a question, Tanya. When you get ready to move, I've always wondered how you're going to do this. When you get ready to move the folks from downstairs upstairs, how's that going to happen?
it's a very coordinated effort, Commissioner Vickery, and there's a plan in place that will actually take place August 26th, I believe is the date that has been agreed upon by all parties. And it's a one-day event. And what that will entail is lots of good communication from current Sublette Center and all employees to families of those who are residents at the current Sublette Center. They will be encouraged to come in and move non-essential items up to the residents' new rooms in the week or so before the actual move. And then on the day of the actual move, there will be a very large coordinated effort on the parts of all staff and emergency management to try to get residents moved up there as quickly and easily as possible with as little interruption to daily life as possible. But it is planned for a one-day event.
Okay, so I got to follow up one more. So during the rendezvous parade, when the parade ends up going down by the Sublette Center today, there's generally a bunch of folks out there in various modes, if you would, some on crutches, wheelchairs, what have you. Is that going to be, how are you going to accommodate that? Or is that in the back of your mind? Are we going to bring folks down so they can watch the end of the parade like they have accustomed to? How's that going to work?
That's a great question, Commissioner Vickery. I hadn't even considered it, but it's a great question. And of course, we want to accommodate, you know, as many of those things into daily life for the residents as we can. So I would assume in the upcoming year, as that gets closer and closer, we'll either make a plan with the town, the committee who plans the rendezvous parade, to possibly change the route. I would think that would be a huge undertaking. It might be easier for us to transport residents down to a central location.
Yeah, and I know over time there might be some years 20, 25 residents along that road. You know, everyone in, you see a smile, you see some that don't smile, but for the most part, I think it's an enjoyable outing for them that to see what's going on there. So,
no,
okay.
I agree with you 100%. And I think it's always our intent to try to be able to allow them to take part in as many of those activities as possible. So I think we can probably put our heads together with the committee and come up with a solution.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
Any other items? Thank you so much.
Thanks again for working with us to find a resolution on the amendment.
Of course, thank you. Any comment from online? Entertain a motion to dismiss. Second. Have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you so much for attending.